think it's true that we've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet,
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
A set by Eovaldi, the 2-2 delivery, and a bouncy ball hit the first. Berger's got it. Underhands to Eovaldi, and the ball game's over. Nathan with his third career shutout. He has blanked the Reds in Cincinnati 1-0.
The first complete game of the Major League Baseball season belongs right here on 105.3 The Fan, and so does Sean and RJ live with the Hump Day edition on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, featuring our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, entire morning squad with you live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I bet on Eovaldi.
Oh, yeah?
I knew Eovaldi was going to come out strong. I did not know he would go 8 more innings strong. Rangers win 1-0.
I could not believe the second start, of the year that, you would have a complete game shutout in today's era of baseball, of worrying about pitch counts and, not letting guys face a team the third time through the order, that it would happen literally the first full week of the season. This is not, we're not even in the second. This is the first full week of the season.
Wonder if it takes an old school manager like Bochy.
Probably. I don't, because
it was only 99 pitches.
Right. And there's a case to be made. If you saw week, game one, most guys didn't go, a lot of guys around the league, their pitch count was at 75. And then the second game, you would make that pitch count go up to 90. You would jump at 15. And then the third game, you're free to go, whatever. But, old school guys do value two things. They value the shutout. They value the complete game. And, if a pitcher has a chance to go get it. And if you notice, there was nobody warming to start the ninth.
Huh? Really? So you mean they weren't trusting Luke Jackson? You hear that, Jared? Hopefully you're watching.
I'll tell you, I was stunned, because when the leadoff guy got on, it was like they start warming up, two guys in the pen.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a second. No one was warming up. This is 2025. There's guys warming up in every inning that past the sixth.
And the drama built perfectly with Ellie De La Cruz walking up there, the tens of tens in the stands there in Cincinnati, dozens and dozens getting up, applauding, tying run on second base. And Nate, he goes to the playbook and gets De La Cruz to chase a couple and then gets out of it.
Yeah, how do you like that? How do you like your little torpedo bat now, Ellie? You can't even get on. Boy, this is also, we'd be looking at going into extra innings if not for that Wyatt Langford home run just sneaking out past the wall, which that looked like that ball died, because when he hit it at first, I was like, oh, that's sailing 10 rows back.
I wonder how much the cold weather knocks the ball, because it does knock the ball down. The ball doesn't travel as well as it compresses well in the cold. Golf is the same way. You take 10 yards off a shot, but, in the summertime, that ball's 15 rows back.
Yeah, Rangers cost themselves a little bit at second in this game. Wyatt hesitating. I still think he ends up out at second base, but he had a possible double. And then they had the insurance run in the eighth inning. I think it was Josh Smith that was on second base, I think with one out, and they couldn't get it across for Nate. Did not matter.
Yeah, this is you win and you're happy with the win. You're not going to get somebody like Eovaldi to come out there and throw you a shutout every game, though. So these 1-run, 4-hit efforts, these issues not being able to capitalize on runners in scoring position, the other games we've seen this year where they've scored 3 runs, 2 runs, 4 runs, the offense has got to start picking it up a little bit.
He's just a dog.
He is, man. I mean, they got one guy to third, and that was a single, and then 2 fielders' choices got him over there to the third. That's it. It was not like he had a double or a triple. He completely nickel and dime them and overpowered them at other times.
He had 1 3-ball count all night. It was the second hitter of the game.
It's good, man.
When I needed less than 20 pitches in the first inning, and was able to go ahead and get it. When did Nate know he had it working yesterday?
I mean, I feel like the 5th or 6th inning, I knew my pitch count was down, and I felt like we had a really good game plan going into it, using the off speed, and I had a good feel for my curveball and splitter. I thought Higgy called a great game as well back there. We were on the same page pretty much throughout the entire game. Second time through the lineup, start using the cutter in a little bit more, keep him off balance, so that way we'd be able to rely on the off speed that third time around.
8 strikeouts, no walks. Eovaldi is the 7th pitcher in franchise history with a complete game shutout, needing less than 100 pitches. Our boy Derek Holland leads the way 3 times Dutch did it for your baseball team. Fewest pitches with a complete game shut up by a Ranger since who in 2015?
Fewest pitches, Cole.
2015.
Close. Cole.
Hamels.
Cole Winn.
You're on the right track of
Reagan's wasn't there.
big fella.
Wait.
Bartolo Colon.
Colby.
Colby Lewis.
Colby Lewis needed just 97 on September 11, 2015 against Oakland. Eovaldi leads baseball. All these notes courtesy of Jared Sandler. Leads baseball in strikeouts and whiffs. 17 Ks and 35 whiffs. One of 10 starting pitchers to have made 2 starts, but next closest in both categories is Yamamoto with 14 and 28. 5th time in Nate's career in which he's thrown his, well, I can't do all the, I'm not going to break down. It's all the different pitches at least 20 times. So it's basically showing off the versatility and the arsenal.
He's got it. I mean, he can command all of his pitches right now at a very high level, and that's the key. And you're already going to be ahead of the offenses. It's cold. Hitters don't want to get jammed right now. Like it's cold out there. They do not want to. That's where the torpedo bats come in. Because you don't get jammed.
I know.
But they don't want to hit. It's so cold. You got guys wearing those their gaiters. They don't want to hit out there.
We talk about hitting too. By the way, I know one of the things we've had.
Is that what we figured out that Ellie De La Cruz head thing was a gator?
It's called a gator in the skiing snowboarding world. My kids call it something else.
Okay.
They're probably awake. I'll ask.
We've been on watch for exit velocity too with Adolis because that's going to be a good predictor of like how is he swinging the bat. Friday is the last time that Adolis hit a ball in play that was under 90 miles per hour.
Woo!
Yesterday he didn't get a hit, but he hit 103, 94, 92. His average exit velocity on this season so far is 99 miles per hour.
And he has gone 5 straight games without a strikeout, the longest streak of his career. He had never gone more than 3 straight games before that. Almost had an awesome diving play in right field. Did you think before the replay that he caught that ball? I thought it was off the bounce, barely. It was barely off the bounce. So I was right. Long way of saying I was right.
I didn't see that catch. That would have been one of the times that I was in the bathroom or something. I didn't see that play.
Shiesty. That's right. The kids called it.
Can you
shiesty.
say that?
A shiesty?
Yeah.
Can you say that?
Yeah, he's acting shiesty.
Yeah, I know.
Why wouldn't you be able to say? Shut up.
It's the
I don't want
name.
to hear nothing from you about censorship.
I'm trying to protect us.
It's the name. If it's the name, it's the name.
2 days in a row, you guys are trying to get us kicked off the fan cam.
Shiesty. Can't say that now. Is that a form of killing too? I don't know.
No, I thought it was like a sub for the S word, and we couldn't say it.
877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line. What is Jerry Jones doing? Was that designed disrespect yesterday, talking about Micah Parsons' agent? That's coming up at 6:20. How about last night in the association, which I bet on as well? I'm betting on Paulo Banchero games here all of a sudden because of Kevin Hagelin's underdog. The Joker, 3rd triple-double with 60 points scored in the history of the NBA.
Dude, he's a
James
monster.
Harden, Joker last night was 61, 10, and 10. And Luka, 60, 21, and 10?
Is that a good game?
Holy
Is that a good game?
But he was so fat
But
when
he was
he did
overweight and he didn't care, and he's not the kind of guy that you want to build your team around.
But all for naught.
Anthony Edwards, Gordon is there, and he threw it away. It's a turnover. 2-on-1. Brown, Westbrook, no. Rebound Alexander Walker. Final seconds. Here we go. Conley the other way. Edwards looks at the clock. Drives. Feeds. Bullets.
They got a foul. They got a foul on the three-point shot.
It's a foul on the three-point shot.
Maybe the dumbest basketball player in history, Russell Westbrook. Coop was tweeting about this last night as the game ended. He was like, this is why I have always said, no matter how athletic he was or anything else, no matter during his prime, I would never have had Russell Westbrook on my team.
Oh.
Because like he's a low IQ basketball player. He takes bad shots. He gets the steal. That's awesome. Amazing. Then he goes down to the floor. He takes a reckless layup, blows it, and then comes right back down the court and fouls the guy on the 3 as time expires and just hands them a victory. He is one of the dumbest players ever.
Minnesota wins in double overtime, 140-139, 61-10-10 for Joker.
By the way, Russell Westbrook dipped from the locker room before reporters were allowed in last night.
Convenient.
Yeah, he's always wanting to talk.
But if a fan said dumb foul, he'd be trying to elbow drop him in the stands, in the arena, with how thin-skinned he is.
Hope your kid gets called Westbrook at school today.
Is it gonna get close for the MVP?
With Joker again?
Yeah.
I think they have predetermined. I'm guessing it's predetermined at Shea just to be different.
They probably. I think that's what they did with Embiid a couple years ago.
How do the numbers look?
I mean, Shea's been great. Shea is, as it stands now, he would be the first player since Michael Jordan to average 3 straight seasons of 30 points and 5 assists a game, I think, was the stat line that he's averaging that's Jordan's. But he's been great, and he leads the league in scoring, and Shea's been awesome on the best team. There have been a couple times since the new year where Jokic has had some duds against the Lakers and different things like that I wonder if that'll also kind of separate him a little.
30, 13, and 10 for Joker with 2 steals.
No one is talking about Giannis either.
No.
Giannis is second in the league in scoring with just as many rebounds. Joker has them beat by 4 assists a night, though. But he's averaging 10. Is he averaging a triple-double?
He's averaging a triple-double, yeah.
13, 10, and 30.
The Bucks job, though, like Giannis is really great, but that's a really difficult job that Doc Rivers has.
It is.
And, oh, man, you should have been here.
I forgot Doc was even still coaching.
You should have been here last week when RJ got to react to Doc Rivers saying, you know, me losing all those game 7s and losing these 3-1 leads. It was actually a miracle of my coaching that I even got them there.
Yeah.
And that's actually a credit to me. It's a badge of honor.
Stephen A. responded with, winners don't talk like that. Steph Curry going nuts last night with 52 on 12 made threes.
Dude, like the amount of points that were put up by single players last night was kind of crazy. And that 12 made 3, he still got it. He hadn't forgotten how to shoot. That's what made him so fun, and that he is still doing it at a high level. It's crazy. Like he could still go out there and put up 50-something.
Nick Harris's boy. Nick will join us at 7:20 from the owners' meetings in Florida. Jimmy Butler put up 27. I think Ja, unless this is an old clip, I think Ja was bringing out the guns again last night. Was bringing out the finger guns.
Yeah, no, that was a clip from last night where he's looking over like the Warriors bench.
That wasn't mine.
Yeah, no, that one definitely was yours. We saw you raise that one, but yeah, just looked right over to the Warriors bench and pop.
Not who I am.
I don't think he's.
What a moron!
I don't think he's learned.
What a moron!
Moron.
Morant.
Yeah.
That's John Morant.
Did Jerry Jones cost himself and the Cowboys even more Micah money with what he did yesterday? Jerry Jones going viral yet again. We'll take you inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Roberto next. But first, let me get you on.
Has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
NG Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones woke up with an agenda. What was the motivation for it? Was it just a reminder that I am he? We do things our way? Was it stubbornness? Is it smart negotiating? Is it common negotiating?
What's your point?
From the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on 105.3 The Fan. In case you did not know, the official home of the Dallas Cowboys.
No way.
Reports came out yesterday that they made Micah the offer to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league, and that the Cowboys and Micah had agreed to the framework of an extension. Jerry confirmed and said most of the issues we are in agreement on. Well, somehow, some way, along with that, and RJ Choppy, I'm going to give you early credit for knowing this.
Well,
because you told us yesterday morning in a commercial break, the agent had been cut out of the talks. The agent is David Mulugheta. A quick reminder on who that is, Bobby.
He is everything that you thought Scott Boras and Drew Rosenhaus and all of them were when we were growing up, and just a total bulldog of an agent, the number one best negotiator probably in the entire sports world right now. He consistently just destroys teams in negotiations every single time.
So the obvious question to Jerry is, why haven't you talked to the representative to get the deal done?
You know, it's I'm the one who has to sign the check, and Michael's the one that has to agree to it. So that's the straightest way to get there is the one writing the check and the one agreeing to it talking. And that's the principle that's involved here. And I understand all the other issues, but as you know, it's not uncommon for me to negotiate directly with players.
And then Jerry said, look, it happened with Emmett. It happened with Dion. It's happened in the past. This is not uncommon. It gives the appearance that you're trying to get one over. This is my perspective. It gives the appearance you're trying to get one over on the player by not having the agent add things that you don't want to include in the deal.
So my impression is the same. That I don't want to say that Jerry resents agents, but it's like, you know, his negotiating style could be like an appeal to the emotional side of the player, whereas the agents don't. They're just very
business,
very numbers. Like they're not emotionally invested in this. They're monetarily invested. The players can be emotionally invested in playing here. whereas the agents are looking at it from a completely different perspective. And, Jerry's negotiating tactics, kind of the tit for tat thing it's just not in play when it comes to agents. And that's, I think, a part of the issue.
Yeah, I think also, basically, guys like Mulugeta will ask somebody like Micah, what do you want? What do you want? You tell me what you want. All right, I want to be in Dallas. Okay, you want to be in Dallas. Now let me get you to Dallas, and I will make sure you get the most money. But, all right, I will keep the priority. You want to be here in Dallas, but now it's my time to do my job. And I'm going to take her. And that's why guys hire him. That's why he's leaned on by people. It's just like, okay, handle it. When we played the audio yesterday of Todd France talking about how Dak essentially says that there reaches a point where he goes, I don't want anything to do with it. Like, I'm going to be working. I'm not going to be paying attention. You take it. You have free reign to get whatever you need to get, and whatever you need to do, handle it. And that's how I think David approaches things pretty frequently. And so he's going to go in there and just say, all right, I'm taking him for everything.
Yeah.
Because that's what my job is.
And where Jerry loses is like I honestly think Jerry would have signed him yesterday if it was just Jerry and Micah. But now that it's like, okay, well, now we're not appealing to the emotional. We're going to go with the agent. All right, you know what? I'm still going to sign you, but now I'm going to make you wait just because you're making me do this with an agent.
Here's the amazingly, in my opinion, intentionally disrespectful clip from Jerry Jones on the agent.
The agent is not a factor here or something to worry about. And I don't know his name. And so my point is that I'm not trying to demean him in any way. But this isn't about an agent. The agent doesn't have one thing to do with what we're doing when we get on a football field against a team. Micah does. To the degree I'm involved, I do. The people that have something to do with what we do going forward relative to our fans in football are me and the player, not the agent. And I'm not demeaning the agent. I'm just saying anybody can do this, and that's talk directly to a player.
I love how Jerry slid himself in there, too, of importance of on-the-field factors.
To an extent.
Micah matters on the field. To an extent, I matter on the field as well. I don't even know his name. That had to be intentional. My theory is, this is my theory, and I'm not trying to pat the station on the back at all. Jerry has heard about David Mulugeta. Oh, my God, the big bad agent. David Mulugeta.
I don't know his name.
He just reset the secondary market. He's going to take the Cowboys. He's going to fleece them. He's going to work Jerry and Steven over. Wait till you see the bludgeoning that takes place in what's left in Frisco. That's my theory of Jerry hearing all that and saying, okay, here's a little reminder. I'm going to wake up and remind people I'm Jerry freaking Jones, and this is a guy that NFL fans can't name.
This is the equivalent of if, on their terms, in their world, their football world, this is the equivalent of if Dak before last year's game would have said, yeah, the 95 pass rusher, for Cleveland. And then they go, yeah, who is I don't know his name, to be honest. You guys say he's Miles, I guess?
Aggie?
That guy. Hellman tweeted it last night. He's like, if you kind of follow the sport of football, this is one of the 3 agents or so that you know his name.
Does Mulugeta have any other Cowboys?
Yeah, he has Malik Hooker. I'm trying to think who else. Damone Clark is his. But I think those are the only 2 he has right now.
And look, we should leave open the possibility that Jerry doesn't know his name.
Oh, there's a very real possibility. I don't think Jerry is just trying to
be disrespectful. But Jerry many times forgets the name of his roster.
Letty Williams.
I know he knows who this is. I know there are certain times where I go like, yeah, he doesn't know. I know he knows.
He knows. He might forget whose agent is whose. If he saw him, he would probably know him.
I'm telling you that they have to deal with that group enough with Micah, and they've prepped for this. He may not be able to pronounce Mulugeta, but he knows David is Micah's agent. He does know that.
Ed Werder reaction. It's not respectful to claim you don't know the name of the agent for one of your most prominent players, and it reflects poorly on his own status as GM if that is true. And then Hellman said that. For an NFL GM to say he doesn't know who reps his best player, especially when you're talking about one of the sport's power brokers, is wild. Even if it's just posturing, which is totally possible, still absolutely bonkers. So the most important question, once you cut all the fat and boil it down to what matters, is, will this matter? Why did Jerry do it? That's fun. That's tabloidy. Will David Mulugheta say, oh, you know what? Because from a professional...
A no-name tax.
Ethical... Exactly.
Yeah.
Will there be a no-name
tariff?
tax?
Put a name tariff on
A name tariff.
That's what's going to happen.
That's the real question. Like, will any of this end up mattering?
Unless Jerry just told on himself, too. If he just told on himself that he actually doesn't do any of the negotiations.
Well, I mean, so...
Well, Jerry also... He tried to say this nicely, but he was like, a lot of people will tell you, like, you'd rather negotiate with Steven than me. You'd rather talk to anyone else in this building rather than negotiate with me.
Well, and typically a lot of the time you are, and Jory had reported this yesterday, Jory Epstein with Yahoo, that he has spoken, David has spoken to Adam Pacifica. A lot of times, even on big
who
deals,
is that?
he's the salary cap manager for the Cowboys. A lot of times you are dealing with, negotiating with Todd Williams. I can't remember his specific title. I think it's Director of Football Operations. But you're dealing with Todd Williams and Adam Pacifica on these negotiations because it's more, the way it works is essentially Jerry and Steven say, here's your budget, go get it done. And then they'll come back and go, hey, we got to go up. This is maxed out. And they, okay, you're free to go up. So a lot of times they're not doing the direct negotiating. They may be involved in conversations, but the nitty gritty work out the contract details are a lot of times those two.
Jory also said multiple sources confirmed to me Micah asked Jerry and Steven to call the agent. The Joneses have not made that call. Micah came out and said, just to clarify, my agent, David, is the best, and I will not be doing any deals without him involved. Like anyone with good sense, I hired experts for a reason. There's no one I trust more when it comes to negotiating contracts than David. There will be no backdoors in this negotiation. So that's Micah Parsons coming out for his guy.
$24 million was the highest salary in the NFL for a corner when we entered this offseason. $24 million.
Wow.
And then he got J.C. Horn 25, which was like, how did J.C. Horn get that? And so then naturally you go, all right, the next corner is going to be 25-1, 25.5. No, the next corner, which was David's, was Derek Stingley, and he got 30, which is a unreal jump of the market that we've not seen at any other position. We've not seen another position all of a sudden reset to that level before.
I also think Jerry wanted to flex. Additionally, he had an agenda. He wanted to disrespect the agent, and he wanted to, again, attack the notion from us and every other Cowboy fan that you need to get this done sooner rather than later.
We are there. I don't view it as urgent at all. And, some say, well, using the basis that the earlier you get something done, the cheaper. Well, the earlier you get something done, a lot of times the more mistakes you make. And you might want to see a few more cards played. Not just with that particular negotiation, but with the whole team. And I'd rather pay more and get it right.
That right there is the most confusing part of the Jerry Jones media session yesterday in Florida. It was not why did he disrespect the agent, doesn't know the agent's name. What are the other cards? And what the hell does he mean? I'd rather pay more and get it right. What else are you trying to be right about? I saw you already with your body language agree.
If he's saying like the other cards, if he's talking about like, I don't know if I want to blow this team up or not, and not, after this, I have no idea. But what do you mean by getting it right? Like, it's not like Micah is some unknown commodity.
Yeah.
He's not a quarterback that you're not really sure about.
Yes.
This is like one of the premier pass rushers in the NFL.
He's your best player.
Yeah, the Browns knew what Myles Garrett was, and the Niners knew what Nick Bosa was, and the Steelers knew what TJ Watt was.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Like, what Micah Parsons is.
What does that mean, Bobby?
I don't know. I mean, to be completely honest, getting it right to me is, like, I don't understand why paying more is getting it right. Like
what would you be waiting on? What's the last thing for you to confirm? Nick Harris suggested maybe he's talking about Micah's leadership. What, is it him showing up to the program? Is it him showing up to the voluntary? That's the only thing I can think of.
I think it's just it's not a real talk about. I think it's a negotiating. It's a public negotiation of like you still have something to prove. It's the rhetoric version of trading for Trey Lance and thinking that gives you leverage. Like when you're talking about, well, Micah still has stuff to prove. What? Like that's not going to create you leverage by just some pretend thing you still have to figure out.
So now the question will be, will David Mulligetta be vengeful or just professional and say, all right, Micah, that's the deal you want done. I didn't have to be as involved as I normally am. Let's sign off on it. Or does he sharpen his axe behind the scenes and say, no. Let me twist this in them after Jerry did that.
See, that's the thing I think is the risk, is that you are opening the door to, you've unnecessarily made this bitter, potentially. Somebody tweeted at me yesterday, Carlo, a listener, and he had said, because I said the Cowboys might be playing with fire here, and he said, what fire? He's only going to take the highest contract ever. That's not a secret. Yes, but there's a difference between 40.2 a year and 45, which I just don't know why you would poke it at the negotiator, one of the best negotiators in professional sports, and try to potentially have him go, all right, I'm going for 45 now, and you guys are going to pay it.
An all-time legend passes away overnight. What was his top movie and performance ever? And are you going to be nice and soft and give up that seat on the airplane for that family of three? That's next with Sean and RJ, Hump Day edition, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
New Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Did not know till we just started the show that Val Kilmer passed away.
Yeah, he had a bout with pneumonia. He had cancer. He had 2 tracheotomies over the last decade or so. And he had fallen ill.
He had looked a little rough.
He had. He said he's lived about 4 lives.
65 years old.
I know. That's not that old. That's not that old at all. And he passed away. He had, like I said, he had pneumonia. But this dude, man, he was.
Hang on. Pepe, be honest. Any idea on who Val Kilmer was?
Tombstone, right?
No, I had you pull the clip.
Yeah.
You didn't know before that.
No way.
Yeah.
Because the last relevant movie that he was in that Peyton would have picked up on maybe was the new Top Gun?
Yeah.
Well, they
used like AI to have him talk. Like he was physically there, but he couldn't talk.
Oh, that wasn't him talking?
No, they had to like do something in post-production to like make him like get his lines out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The last movie he might have seen.
Like you last night in your little bit.
My bit? What did I have in my... Oh, yeah.
Hey, no expose the group text.
Man, I'm trying to find a movie that has been around that Peyton would have seen over the last 15 years. He hadn't done much. He hadn't done much at all. But, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, did you see that one? It was 05.
Such a great movie.
That was probably his last mega hit. Alexander was big back then.
I'm going with this, though, as the top highlight.
I didn't think you had it in you.
I'm your huckleberry. Why, Johnny Ringo, you look like somebody just walked over your grave.
Fight's not with you, Holiday.
I beg to differ, sir. We started a game we never got to finish. Play for blood, remember?
So good.
He Roger Ebert called him the most unheralded leading man of the 90s.
Ooh.
He his biggest, so all the headlines today are Top Gun and
Tombstone.
Batman Forever actor. Those were like his two biggest ones that is most acclaimed. He got acclaimed for Top Gun. For Tombstone. His movies grossed about $4 billion in his time. But Batman Forever, I think that was the one with nipples. The Batman Forever.
Oh yeah, I think it was.
I think that
was the Penguin.
That was the
Mr. Freeze, right?
Riddler. Jim Carrey. Yeah.
I actually thought that was an underrated one.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people dismiss him and that one, but I mean, Jim Carrey was awesome in it.
Yeah, he was. I think he was much better than Clooney as Batman.
Yes.
Christian Bale was tremendous.
Talks too deep.
Yeah.
Talks too much like Slater.
But yeah, Top Gun was great. True Romance, if you haven't seen that. Heat, he was great in Heat.
Heat was that's one of the ones that I immediately default to. I think everybody generally when they think of him thinks of either Tombstone or Top Gun. But he was he was a big time from about 85 up through the late 90s. He was a big time leading man. And then Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was great.
Yep.
It just didn't gross a ton.
The Doors, I don't think any actor looked more like another celebrity more than him and Jim Morrison, who Peyton has no idea who Jim Morrison.
All the Love After Lockup fans are really upset and depressed as yesterday the White House announced they will be going after the death penalty for old Luigi.
They will. They are going after...
It's really hard for me not to look at you wearing that green and say the word Luigi.
That's true. But yeah, Luigi, so he is obviously on the hook for killing the United Healthcare CEO, assassinating him really right in cold blood.
Is he still trying to say, is his defense that was not him, you can't prove that that's me, or that he had reason and cause to do it?
I think, isn't his
mental
defense...
anguish or something, yeah.
I think a lot of his defense has been the way he was arrested. Like, he's trying to get a technicality. Like, my DNA was taken in an unlawful manner.
Yeah, so he's kind of like... He's basically at the end of his... His outs.
Yeah.
But so the feds are pushing for him to get the death penalty. So the federal prosecutors, this is from Pam Bondi. Is she the attorney general?
Mm-hmm.
I thought she was FBI, but she said, I've directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case. Who knows? Who knows if they're going to abide by that, but they're looking for the death penalty for old Luigi.
And then are we about to get the Hitler files, like the JFK files?
Well, we might. This is the document dump, the year of the document dump.
Is Kanye unsealing these?
Oh, he's in Argentina, isn't he?
Argentina is declassifying their Nazi documents. So, right after the fall of the Nazi regime in the mid 40s, a lot of German, even like although the Axis countries was Germany and Italy, and was it Russia? I guess Russia was the third one. A lot of them fled to Argentina, to South America in general. That's how you get Gisele Bündchen being from Brazil with a German last name. So a lot of them fled to South America, and they believe that Hitler did not actually kill himself, as was believed, that he fled to Argentina, and they are declassifying documents that might help make this provable.
There's some wild conspiracy theories about how Hitler may have gotten out, or like there's a genuine conspiracy theory out there that Hitler and several other Nazi officers escaped to Antarctica, and they have an underground like city that they run to this day. Like, I mean, there's some weird stuff. There's some weird stuff out there about how they escaped or how people think they escaped.
It's crazy, but like, that happened. Like, it happened in droves.
I thought the most heartbreaking lottery story I had heard was Choppy telling me about the local cameraman not playing his numbers the one time when they actually hit.
He played this. Old Larry. He played the same numbers every day, and he had a call. He was shooting a high school football game.
Cameraman for what station?
I think he may have been at Fox at the time.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Larry Rodriguez. Yeah,
and I think it was Fox, and he was playing him every night. Him and his mom. He would play his mom's numbers every night. And this one time, he was doing a high school football game. The game went long, or the rain delay, couldn't get out. And that night, those numbers hit.
Was he doing a game, or was that the night he was recovering from the gambler Kenny Rogers pushing him?
No, it was way before that.
Now, you can't play those numbers again, right? Because you're like, they just hit?
They just hit? Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I would not think so. And I don't know, was it the two-step? Was it the Texas two-step, the 3 number one? Was it the 5 number one, the 6?
Well, now we have the case of the mistaken jacket.
Yeah, this is sad for this lady. This is a Pennsylvania woman who won the lottery, but she's got just a month to be able to collect it. She won the lottery last year. She's not been able to collect her winnings yet. Because what this woman did was she does her lottery ticket all the time. She took it, she filled it out, she put it in her coat pocket. Well, she goes about her day. Sometime over the course of the next week, she goes, I need to donate some stuff to Goodwill. And she puts the coat in the Goodwill donation. Week after that, she comes to realize, 2 weeks ago, my numbers hit. I didn't even check. I won. Holy cow, $2.5 million. Where's my ticket? And she realized she had left the ticket in her coat pocket, donated it, and it has not been found since. And the state lottery in Pennsylvania is telling her, you have until May 9th, basically, to claim this, because then it'll be a year.
So if I go to the Goodwill, get the jacket, take the ticket, is it mine?
Possession is 9/10 of the law, they say.
I think it probably, I don't think normally if you just found it, it would be, but if she donated the coat and it just happened to be in there, I think legally there's probably nothing you can do.
Could
but I don't know.
She prove, though, that like on camera, I was in there, this was the ticket, I'm on film buying it, so it was mine,
Mm-hmm.
I misplaced it?
I guess.
How does that work?
I think either
Franco, let me know.
I don't know how she could prove, or he could prove it's their ticket.
He could prove it's their ticket?
Like, if you have the ticket in your hand,
yeah,
how can that other person prove that that's their ticket? That's
like I said, like, get me the foot. Here's the camera of the 7-Eleven, and it was sold at that moment
time.
with the timestamp.
Well, and that's
they would know. They would know by scanning where it was purchased.
But I mean, would a 7-Eleven keep security footage from 11 months ago? It might be too late for it now. And that guy,
ask Florio,
whoever has it, could potentially just say like, "No, I bought this. Like I didn't pick it up." But here's the problem: this jacket she donated to was Vietnam Veterans of America, and they're this charity outreach, and they send stuff all across the world. So they said this jacket theoretically could be in Russia or something.
The Connecticut House of Horrors. How did this happen?
Dude, I don't know. By the way, people are killing me on the fan. It's Japan was the third country in the Axis. I am a moron. I'm a history nerd, and I knew this. I don't know why. I thought it was Russia.
Rod Marinelli's very upset with
Yes,
you.
Rod is very upset with me.
Because of your love for Putin.
I'm sorry.
The Kremlin.
So the Connecticut House of Horrors. This was the story of a 57-year-old woman who was keeping a 30-something-year-old man, basically a prisoner in the home. And he was a 32-year-old victim. He weighed 68 pounds when they found him. She had basically jailed him. Her name is Kimberly Sullivan. Get a load of that. Go Google that woman. He was 11 when she basically, it was like a stepmom kind of situation. And he was 11, and she basically just kept him in his room, chained up and everything, for 22 years, 21 years.
So he was chained. That's why he couldn't, just as a 13, 14-year-old, probably more powerful individual, just walk downstairs and walk out the door and shove her aside?
He was locked in the room. She had special locks.
Oh, my gosh.
School officials visited the house in the early 2000s, and, he would steal lunches from kids because she wasn't feeding him.
Eating out of trash.
Eating out of garbage cans. And finally, somehow, he was able to get hold of like a lighter, and he burnt the house down. And that's how they saved him. So they didn't burn it down. They just started a fire, right? So this was the footage inside this dilapidated, disgusting hoarder of a house is so troubling. And I went down a rabbit hole of this family like in Arizona, the mom and dad that had like their 11 kids that they never let out of the house. The
influencer mom, the one who did the video blogs and had her 11 kids that she was.
Well, that's a different one, but yes, I know
plenty of them.
Yeah, there's plenty of them. Maybe it was the Saunders family. It's just some of these stories that are coming out. Like this one's just disgusting.
They called like a wellness check, and then as soon as the school did that, she like pulled him out of 2 different schools.
Yeah.
To make him like forgotten. That way you don't have current friends continuing to ask, or parents.
Nobody asks about you.
Gone.
You're gone. And then once you get to your teenage years, even more so, kids get cars. They're going all over the place. They never think of you again.
Yep.
And this is I feel so bad for him. He lost his entire childhood. He lost his young adult life. He's 68 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, you've lost pretty much your life even at that point.
You have
Gypsy
no
Rose.
education.
Gypsy Rose 2.0.
Yep.
There it is. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franco and Franco Injury Attorney text line. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Texas Rangers and Nate Eovaldi's performance yesterday in Cincinnati. Where are the Rangers after the very early weekly power rankings in Major League Baseball? We got a concert ticket for you turning it on, leaving it on, and Nick Harris covering the Cowboys during the Expressway. It's all on the way right after this.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
There's an undrafted player. Here's a swing, and there's a high drive by Langford to deep left. Dunn is back at the wall. He's looking up, and that ball is history. In the first row above the 12-foot-high wall in straightaway left field. And the Rangers take a 1-0 lead on a towering home run by Wyatt Langford.
And that is all the run support that Nate Eovaldi would need. Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on your home for Rangers baseball. Wyatt Langford with the solo home run. 304 on the season to start, 2 home runs, 2 runs batted in, an 899 OPS, and Nate Eovaldi handled the rest with a 99-pitch complete game shutout, the first one in the bigs this year. 1-0, the Rangers get their revenge after getting embarrassed.
That's what you get out of an ace. You get an ace-like performance, especially after a game where it's baseball's funny this way. You can score 14 runs one night and score 7 in like the first 2 innings. And then the next day you get 3 hits, and you barely get a runner past second base.
And Eovaldi ends it against the torpedo bat of Ellie De La Cruz. And Bobby, I was actually looking through Underdog of a way to bet on what you sent over with the torpedo bats.
Yeah, this is you've got DraftKings now. That is the torpedo bat has become such a big thing. You can now sort your home run bets, your daily home run bets, based on people. Like, it's a separate section based on people who have the torpedo bat.
I think Trevino was on there for this game.
He was.
So they had Trevino, they had Ellie up there. I believe they had Rutschman as well. But you've also got Francisco Lindor, Ryan Jeffers. So they will actually sort it now to where you go, okay, let me go to the torpedo bat section and bet on them. And the odds were, Trevino was plus 1,200. Ellie was plus 425, Lindor plus 500. I don't know how those stack up typically against their normal odds of hitting a home run, but I wonder if they are just bumping them up a little bit until they see how this changes.
I think you have to.
Yankees suffered their first loss, although they did score 5 runs, losing 7-5 to the D-backs.
And I think they had a torpedo bat home run in this game, too. I think Volpe had
Dominguez had one. Volpe had one.
Yeah,
and Rice.
I mean, it's the way it's going to happen. And there's 17 home runs is the major league record through 5 games or 4 games. So like it's wild the amount of home runs that they're hitting, and a lot of these are due to the new bats. And there's a lot of pushback. Like old school major leaguers are like, this is you're not barreling the ball up, you're hitting the ball up the trademark. And yeah, you're right, but like the bat is an 1880s technology. Yeah, like technology's changed. Then we have the steering wheel in the middle of the car. Mm-hmm. The driver in a golf club used to be made of wood with a flat face. Now it's made of metal with a curved face.
Yeah,
it happens.
There's lots of things that are like the whole 60 feet 6 inches. Like, isn't that whole thing that was a mistake? Like a written mistake on the plans to like build the field, so they accidentally 60 feet 6 inches. It was supposed to be just 60, I think.
Yeah, and they lowered the mound. The mound used to be like 2 or 3 inches higher back in the 60s. They lowered the mound. I mean, everything's geared towards offense. It's like it happens. It's just an advancement of technology. They weight bats differently. Some players customize their bats so the majority of the weight is at the top of the bat, and then others want it more lighter at the top and then heavier at the handle. Like. It's just a change of the bat.
11 o'clock coverage this morning of the Rangers and the Reds in Cincinnati. Jared Sandler with the pregame, so you get an hour of the KNC masterpiece. Jack Leiter back out there on the mound. Now, if I was to wager again with my new degenerate problem, what type of feel would you guys like? I've had good feels so far. I knew Leiter was going to be nails. Excuse me. I knew Eovaldi was going to be nails yesterday. I was betting correctly on Rocker struggling after Bobby's spring training report. Do either of you have any type of feel on Jack today? Because I'm scared to do anything with him.
He went on G-Bag yesterday. So G-Bag has been known to curse some people. So I would be they were gassing him up. They were hitting him with questions that distract him from baseball.
Did Dawson tell him he watched him?
He did not, no. But you did get he got hit with some like just jokey questions, and he maybe got a little too loose and isn't he might be hyperventilating today. So
a little sloppy.
Yeah, I think so.
Generally, I would never bet on a pitcher in this ballpark.
Oh, why?
The Great American Launching Pad. It's a home run fest. Like, I would not generally. Now, early in the year, it may be different because the ball doesn't travel as well, but it's pretty well known as not a pitcher friendly park.
It's supposed to be rain in Cincinnati today.
Ooh. Okay.
So that may affect things. They've got it's 25% chance of rain, but very humid 70s today.
So you got to look at what Jack's numbers are and his overs and his unders or highers and his lowers.
Thank you.
Let's see here.
Didn't know to do that.
Let's see here.
Speaking of power, where are the Rangers in the very, very, very early baseball power rankings?
Yep, we got 6 different outlets that went ahead and ranked them. You've got USA Today, CBS, Bleacher Report, NBC, Yahoo, and The Athletic. The folks that generally the consensus is they average out to about 6th right now in Major League Baseball. The ones that are highest on them right now, CBS Sports and The Athletic, both have the Rangers 3rd in their early power rankings. In fact, The Athletic notes that the most encouraging sign for the Rangers is Wyatt Langford looking like he took a step forward towards that leap that everybody wants him to make.
I got him 40-1.
Yeah, and so you've also got
for MVP.
Yep.
USA Today put them right where they averaged. They had them 6th, trailing the Orioles and the Yankees in the AL. NBC Sports wasn't super impressed with them. They put them behind the Red Sox and the Yankees in the AL, put them 8th. Yahoo had them 7th. The lowest ranking came from Bleacher Report. They had them 9th, and they had them 5th in the American League, behind Houston, Cleveland, Baltimore, and New York. But that 9th place finish, that was actually a jump. That was a jump for Bleacher Report because they had them 16th. Entering opening day.
Look, I mean, they really if everybody was so high on the Red Sox, they still are high on the Red Sox, then taking 3 of 4 from them has to be accounted for.
Yeah,
and it has to reflect in the power rankings. Like we have no data points really to go on this year. The Braves started like 0-5. We have no data points to go on.
They're 0-6 now.
0-6. They lost last night.
Yeah.
And so like what?
They're 0-6?
Yeah. Like you've got to move them down, right? You can't have them number 1 still. They're 0-6.
Yeah, and now here's the thing with the Red Sox too. It's like Sandler had mentioned to us.
Wow.
The Red Sox very easily could have walked out of that series saying we could have swept them. The margins were really close.
Margins were small.
So
runners in scoring position.
Yeah, if you already had Boston above Texas to start the year, I could see you saying like, all right, impressive by Texas, I'll move them up, but I'm not moving them past Boston because Boston is still the team that I think.
It's such a small sample.
Nick Harris is going to join us to recap what Jerry Jones said and did yesterday. Micah Parsons, other pickups, and the latest on draft prospects. Nick Harris from the owners' meetings in Florida at 720 and the commercial-free expressway. Let's go around and inside the National Football League for what really happened with the tabling of the tush push.
Yeah, so Albert Breer had a good breakdown of everything that occurred with the tush push, and I think there's an expiration date on the tush push. I didn't think it was ever going to get reversed. It felt like there were way too many people that were talking about it in terms of like, well, just stop it, or they've had a lot of success doing it. They deserve credit for developing it. The more you hear about how people are talking about this, the more it feels like, okay, this is problematic for Philly, probably. They're at 16 teams. They need 24. They're at 16 teams that are in favor of either banning or changing the rule, somehow like manipulating it. So changing what it currently is, 16 teams. They got half the league, so now they just need 8 more teams to sign on by their next meeting whenever this gets brought up in order to clear it. But Albert Breer had a breakdown of how the actual meeting went for SI, and he said Howie Roseman defended the play, asking the room for the injury data, showing that the concept was creating player safety issues, then asked for statistics that show it to be demonstrably more dangerous than a conventional quarterback sneak. Sounds like, all right, that's some of the stuff that we've talked about here. The injury data doesn't reflect it. Here's why the tush push is in massive trouble.
Wait, the injury data doesn't reflect that it's a problem for the players from injury perspective?
There's no data that shows that it's... In fact, they don't have an instance of somebody getting hurt on it yet.
Well, that's going to make it tough to prove an injury.
But NFL Chief Medical Officer Alan Sills returned volley, saying that while there haven't been a preponderance of injuries on the play, the league's feeling was that when an injury does eventually happen on it, based on the player's posture, it could be catastrophic.
And they're trying to say we don't have the current data, but with the head and the neck being exposed and everyone diving at it, if and when the injury does happen, we're all gonna be regretful.
That's bad. It's one thing if coaches are out here like Sean McDermott pretending like, oh, it's the injury, it's the health issue, even though I ran it 6 times against Kansas City. That's one thing. When the director of the wing of the NFL that essentially is in charge of health and safety says this could cause a catastrophic injury if we let it keep going, that to me says this thing has a death date and they're going to get rid of it.
I think it's going to be hard to find 9 teams to vote against it. I'm sorry. I think you have your teams that are staunchly in favor of it. All you need is 9 to be staunchly in favor of it, of keeping it. Like, that's the problem with this. It's like whether it should be gone or not, you've got to get, all you need is 9 teams, not even a third of the league, to say we like the rule.
But what did we have? I felt like we had 5 teams 2 years ago that were against it.
Felt
and
like
now
we had nothing.
You've got half the league. So it's
creeping.
Like Dallas, we know, has recently shifted on.
By the time they pass it, Hurts will be
gone.
a pocket passer.
Yeah, he'll
not,
be gone.
Because it's the Jalen Hurts rule.
It is the Jalen Hurts rule. It'll be, and Allen used it quite a bit, not to the level of success that the Eagles do. But I would like to see the breakdown of teams. How many of these teams are NFC teams that have to deal with Philadelphia?
That want to change?
We know Green Bay and Dallas are against it.
Yep, I'd assume Washington. Would it surprise you if it's Detroit and Minnesota and the Rams?
Dan Campbell, that's a power play.
I know 2 of them. I know 2 teams who are in favor of it, and they're both AFC teams because Albert Breer talked about it. 2 head coaches came to the defense of the Philadelphia Eagles in this meeting. Mike Vrabel, who we already knew about.
Andy Reid.
Jim Harbaugh. Which Harbaugh, of course, come on, it's good old-fashioned football. Harbaugh specifically said he thought that the proposal had overly specific language. He said he wanted to know whether he could put a 6th and 7th lineman in the game, line them up behind the guards, and push the guards downfield.
Meanwhile, Choppy, the NFL continues to eradicate the NBA on Christmas Day. Are they even trying to wipe out college football and maybe even 18 games on top of it?
We'll see. So they are adding to their Christmas Day lineup. This year they had a doubleheader. Next year, or this coming year, they're having a triple header.
Trying to make LeBron bend at the knee saying the NBA's.
Yes.
The Christmas Day is the NBA's.
So 2 games will be on Netflix, and then the primetime night game will be on Amazon. They're also going to play the Saturday before Christmas, and that is round 1 of the college football playoff, just like it was this past year. So around like the 20th-ish. And that will destroy college football, just like it did this past year. They will bury those games on TNT. The Texas-Clemson game was on TNT on that Saturday. I think the Penn State-SMU game was on TNT that day as well. So they're going to bury those 2 games on a network that isn't on ABC. And that's what the NFL is. And then listen, college football is doing this to themselves. They could easily start the season a week early, right? But they infringe on the NFL's territory. The NFL is not touching the Army-Navy game. They're not going to start a week before the Saturday games a week before. That would be a PR disaster for them.
They support the troops.
Yeah, the moment, even if you don't watch the Army-Navy game, they're not going to touch that game. That is a standalone game. College football won't touch it. They're not going to move the college playoff into that weekend either. They're not going to move Army-Navy to the weekend of the conference championship games. So the NFL is going to infringe on the NBA, and they're going to beat down college football on the week before.
And what other countries do we have involved here? I can't keep track of where they're taking the games.
So we know they've got Germany. They're taking it to Australia. They're taking it to, obviously, the UK like they always do. I'm trying to think
access, Chop.
Yes, the access. Absolutely.
877-881-1053. Shout out to Tolo Chris with his Jeopardy knowledge correcting us here on your home of the Cowboys.
And the 18-game schedule thing, they're looking at 2027 for the 18-game schedule.
Line it up. Add it up.
You're going to love it because the more football, the better. Yeah. I don't like the infringing on Saturday games. That I don't like with college football, but, it's, sure, throw 18 games out there.
Yeah, I don't care.
That's fine.
Nick Harris, Cowboys insider, joins us next. Why did Jerry Jones disrespect Micah's agent? What did he take from Brian Schottenheimer buying everybody Whataburger? And who does Nick think they're taking with this number 12 pick? Nick Harris live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube from the owners' meetings in Florida, commercial-free expressway with a Tolo ticket giveaway. Stick around right after this.
product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
lifetime experts.
Micah is one of 3 individuals that has my cell phone number. He asked for it about a month ago and said, I want to be able to talk to you at any time. And I said, Michael, you're one of the few, but we'll talk anytime. Call me.
One of 3 individuals, and every reporter there at the owners' meetings in Florida kicking themselves with no follow-up of, who are the other 2? And is he talking 3 current players? Is he talking like 3 all-time players? It has to be 3 current players, right? Dak's got the number. Mike has got the number.
Zeke.
And
if he counts Zeke as current, I'm sure Zeke has it.
All right, joining us now live from those owners' meetings, and he was right there. Look at that picturesque background, and look at that sun with Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning. How's Florida treating you?
It's doing good. I had to kind of makeshift this little background here in about 7 minutes. I may or may not have woken up like 20 minutes ago, but we're rocking and rolling this morning. Can't complain.
What other numbers? Who else has Jerry's number?
Yeah, I was trying to theorize that yesterday. Those are some good candidates. Dak, Zeke. Zeke's got to be one of them, right? Like if we're talking players, Zeke has to be one of them, and then maybe like Irvin. You know, that would probably be my other guess, but I don't know. Yeah, that is a bad part on us by not asking who the other 2 are.
Dion certainly has it.
I think so.
But should every player have the GM's number? How many Eagles have Howie Roseman's number?
I don't know. I don't
know how common that is.
Yeah, I don't know how common that is at all.
Okay. Nick, what were you thinking when Jerry Jones disrespected, or are you taking as disrespect towards Micah's agent, David Mulugheta, when Jerry said, I don't even know his name?
Yeah, I certainly took it that way, and I kind of looked around the room to see what everybody's faces was saying, too. Yeah, that was certainly interesting. You know, it's become a situation over the course of the last couple of months where Jerry and Micah have had this open dialogue. I mean, it goes all the way back to the Cotton Bowl whenever Micah flew in, right, the day after the Orange Bowl, whenever Penn State was in that game. And then went to the Cotton Bowl, met with Jerry, and that conversation went into the night, past midnight at AT&T Stadium. And then that one-on-one dialogue has continued over the course of the last few weeks. It's Micah hitting up Jerry and being like, hey, I want to talk. I'm coming back from Dubai today. Let's chop it up. And they do that. And they've talked for close to 5 to 6 hours is what Jerry said in total over the course of the last few weeks. And sure, they might have the bones or the structure of an agreement in place, and they understand what both sides want at this point. But until they loop in David Mulugheta, you know, you may as well be shooting from the hip. It's just, I think they're going to have to have a conversation with Mulugheta at some point. The disrespect yesterday, I certainly took it that way. I mean, not knowing one of the most important agents in the game's name, I don't even believe that. Mm-hmm. So it was certainly an interesting tactic from Jerry's part.
How much of the negotiating does Jerry actually do with all the players versus, you know, Steven and others?
Yeah, Steven's more so in the nitty-gritty of it. You know, whenever you go back to meetings at the Combine, I mean, Jerry was only there for about 24 hours, and those meetings were, consisted of personnel and meeting with the coaches. And when it came to the meetings with agents and representation, you know, that lies on Stephen Jones, that lies on Todd Williams, that lies on Adam Persifka, some other front office guy. Until that check needs to be signed, that's when Jerry comes in more so as the closer of the front office.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, joining us live from Florida here on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, give me a prediction about something that could surprise us about the Micah deal. My theory is that, yeah, Micah's probably going to get the highest paid non-quarterback deal, but he's not going to leapfrog it a lot. And that'll be his way of trying to give the Cowboys a break, maybe win over some of the fan sentiment. That's going to be my prediction, is that Micah doesn't Mulugheta the market like David did with the secondary. How do you think this could end up looking?
Yeah, I think the surprise could be how long it is. I think it ends up being a 5-year deal. And that eventually would end up helping the Cowboys too, because, you know, you look at, let's say it's a $40.5 million deal per season over the course of 5 years. That's $202.5 million total. He might get the most guaranteed money at the end of the day of anyone at the position. And you know, that would certainly help down the line. But when you look at that deal in, say, 2029, he'd probably be out of the top 10 just with the way the market is going, especially at the pass rusher position. I think that's probably the surprise that I think could happen. I think Micah wants that long-term security. Obviously, the Cowboys would want that long-term security with, arguably their best player. I think that's probably what the surprise ends up being. It's going to be a 5-year deal and north of $200 million. That's just my prediction.
Oof. Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, Brian Schottenheimer had referenced it a little bit yesterday that he expects Micah to be involved in the offseason workouts. He expects him to attend. If a deal is not done by, let's say, training camp, for instance, do you think he is present for the offseason workouts? Does he show up for training camp, or do you think that he's going to say, no, we're going to play this like a negotiation and hold out?
That's fascinating because as Jerry was talking yesterday, and I was trying to, put every ramble word into my brain and make it make sense. He had mentioned, he was like, yeah, I still want to see some cards play out. I still want to see some things go. And I was thinking in my head, I was like, well, they're not going to be playing any games between now and September. So what could those cards look like? And so I asked him in the last 5 minutes of that availability, is like, hey, do you want to see him show up for workouts before you give him this deal? Is that something y'all have discussed? Is it, hey, DeMarcus Lawrence, Eric Kendricks, these guys are out of the building. You got to step up as a leader. And until you do that, hey, here's the structure. Here's the bones of a contract. I have it in front of you right now, but I'm not signing this until OTAs, minicamp, blah, blah happen. And then we can loop in your agent, who, what's his name again? I think when that happens, I think that's when they probably sit down and really get into the nitty gritty of it. And I'm going to give Jerry defense if that is the case, because Micah Parsons wasn't here last offseason. You can only take action for what action is. And if you're about to give a guy, let's say, 5 years, over $200 million, you'd like him to show up for offseason stuff. And you would like to see him, step up in that leadership department. I think if we get to training camp and we've seen Micah Parsons all throughout the offseason, I'd be surprised if a deal is not done before we get to Oxnard.
Nick, Stephen Jones talking, making headlines. Brian Schottenheimer talking yesterday. Give us your biggest takeaways from both.
Yeah, for Brian Schottenheimer, he said, no jobs are safe going into 2025. He was like, obviously Dak's our quarterback, but if you look around, he said, I want the players to be aware, no jobs are safe going into this training camp. And I think that's big, especially if you look at a couple of departments that underperformed last year. I think about the safety position, guys like Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson, they re-signed Marquise Bell and Wanye Thomas. Marquise Bell on a multi-year deal. They're going to make sure that there's competition at that position. You look at the corner spot. Whenever Trayvon Diggs does eventually get healthy, there's going to be some bodies. There's going to be some young bodies in that room. I wonder what the competition looks like at that position. Receiver, obviously, as well. Behind CeeDee Lamb, what's going on there? And will they bring in a draft pick, a high premium draft pick, to be able to compete with those guys? That's going to be fascinating for me. And I thought that was really interesting to hear out of Schottenheimer's mouth. He's like, yeah, look, I'm a player's first guy, relationships. But at the end of the day, when we get on the field, your job, it's not written in. It's written in pencil, and it's easily erasable. For Stephen Jones, talking about the Micah deal and just kind of how those things have gone about, he was more so the PR answers rather than not knowing the agent's name. But this week I was kind of pressing both Stephen and Jerry on the task of Deron Bland, Jake Ferguson. Those are deals. Both of those guys are heading into their contract years. Is there a reality where they sit down at the negotiation table with them this offseason and talking to both of them? It doesn't sound like that's going to be the case. And Micah's number is probably a prerequisite before you can even start those conversations, at least theorizing to me, because, if you're trying to build out what this cap situation could look like 2-3 years down the line, then Micah's number is obviously a huge facet of that. And you can't really figure out what the Deron Bland contract looks like until that number is in place. Jerry said yesterday that it's not a prerequisite, but I don't buy that.
Did Brian Schottenheimer use Whataburger to back up his chemistry point?
Yeah, certainly. A couple of weeks ago, I had heard that Brian Schottenheimer brought Whataburger breakfast for everybody in the Cowboys HQ, and they got quite a few employees. I was saying that as a former one myself. They have quite a bit of departments on different floors and different levels, and he spent hours getting to know people in the building that basically have nothing to do with his job at the end of the day. But it enforces chemistry in that building and enforces a little bit more level of authenticity. And Schottenheimer, he walks the walk. He doesn't just talk the talk. And I thought that was a really cool story to hear out of Cowboys HQ. will it help him get a win in week 4 against the Eagles on the road and it's a close game? Probably not, but it might help on Fridays when everybody's trying to get lunch and, hey, you can go ahead and skip in front of me in line, Shotty, so you can get back to game planning, So I don't know how big it is in the win column, but it was certainly cool to hear.
Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, did you feel like Schottenheimer or Steven or Jerry and just some of these discussions they gave over the weekend, did it give you any clear sense of what you think the Cowboys want to do at pick 12?
No, not really. If anything, it's kind of continued to reinforce to me that they want offensive explosion in this draft overall. I mean, Schottenheimer said he's like, we need Stephen Jones said we need an explosive number 2 wide receiver. And talking with Shotty yesterday, he understands the need for a wide receiver as well. So I'm still leaning heavy at wide receiver at number 12. If you had to ask me, that's what I'm betting on today. But let's say that there's a, really talented corner that slips to like 18 and they end up trading back. I could see that as a possibility as well. But if you're asking me, I'm betting on a receiver right now. I'm looking at Tedoroa McMillan out of Arizona, Matthew Golden out of Texas, Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State. I think it lands eventually on one of those 3 guys.
Do you think there's a chance they move up?
I don't see moving up just because they don't have a lot of draft capital to play with in that sense. They already gave up their 4th-round pick for Jonathan Mingo. If anything, trading back makes way more sense with the picks that they would need on day 2. And they can't really use day 3 capital to move up in the first round. That just it would not make sense at the end of the day. So unless they're willing to use 2026 capital, which would, I don't know. I don't see that happening though.
Nick, how is the party scene out there compared to Indianapolis at night?
It's fascinating because it's they do these owners meetings at the Breakers in Palm Beach, which if you're not familiar with it, it's one of the oldest, most historic hotels in South Florida, and it's been here since like the Christopher Columbus days. I feel like he built it, and I feel like I have to pay for like every step that I take in there, and it's just awkward for me. Like I walked into a Cowboys person like within like my first 20 minutes of being at the hotel on Sunday. I was like, hey, man, I'm way too poor to be here right now. Like, I feel incredibly – I had a hoodie on. I was like, do they even know what hoodies are? They're going to throw me in the back. And but it was it's a really fascinating place. And they have a reception dinner on Monday night where basically the hotel just funds an open bar and free food for all the media and executives and coaches and everything. And it's a fascinating – it's not as, like, wild and crazy as Indianapolis can get. But it's definitely like there's a lot of money in this room right now.
Great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Keep up the great work, brother, and we'll have you on again. Safe travels back.
Yeah, I appreciate it, fellas. Have a good one.
Nick Harris, D&M Leasing Hotline, kind enough to hop on the fan cam, Twitch, and Zoom. We'll also fire it up at 8:20 with a Meet Church Matt Pittman Wednesday here on Sean and RJ. Let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to Alterium. Our sister station at Alt 1037 presents Alterium with 311 Saturday, May 10th at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Would Nick Harris have known? I forgot my hourly Val Kilmer trivia. Would he have known Val?
Oh, man.
I think so. Although, I don't know. Nick has been so career focused since I feel like middle school. Like like what he ended up doing, he's wanted to do this job since he was like a kid. So he ended up doing a bunch of different things. He got a scholarship. Part of it, what his scholarship was to get into college was the news presentation stuff he did in high school. He won grants for that and things like that. So I kind of wonder if he's just not a big movie guy, but he knows a lot of pop culture stuff.
He knows a lot of pop culture. Text him, and we'll see if he actually knows. 877-881-1053, the Val Kilmer passing away. That news overnight. It's hump day. It's expressway. It's commercial free. We chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Need a little bit of help from the people, for the Tolos. We are having we got a honeymoon coming up. Coming up here. And it's going to be overseas. It's going to be in the Europes.
Oh, in the Access.
We're the Access. Actually, only one Access country. We're going to Italy. And then Switzerland. They're very neutral. Very, very neutral.
See, now he's just trying to flex like other things he knows about other countries because he lost it earlier, so now he's trying to point out.
Listen, it was a momentary lapse, okay, thinking that Russia was an axis. This just makes sense, right? But do I need, like, I know I need to, right? I know I'm not going to have access to a cell phone in Europe. But is it something I should get? Do I need to get the international calling?
This is Bobby. No, I'm probably Peyton expertise because he's the last one to travel abroad.
Because in Mexico, you can still use it.
Well, I'm probably the last one to travel abroad. But yeah, I'm flummoxed every time I go to Mexico with this. Amanda's always like, you don't know how to use your phone. Everyone else is fine. I have no idea whether to turn the roam on or off, whether okay the plan. I need to check with the provider. I have no idea.
Yeah.
And then I get hit with a stupid roaming charge, international call.
I called up I tried to find it online. I couldn't find it. So I called up, and they said, so if we went to Mexico or Canada, it's you put on the roam, it's free, right? You have it. It's part of your plan.
Yep.
But if you go to Europe, it's $12 a day for international calling.
Oh my!
Well,
and then an extra $6 if we get it for Sarah too, both phones. So it'll be $18. It's $12 a day just for me. If you add her, it's $18 a day.
How many days there?
10.
So Lori Haresh, who is from Fox Sports Australia, who was at Super Bowl. You guys met him. Lori and I would talk a lot over Zoom and different things like that. One day my phone could dial international. Like it would always block it before. Well, when it switched over to T-Mobile from Sprint, it was like, oh, okay, now I can make this. I just figured my plan had changed. So I was calling him for that month. Holy cow, the phone bill I got. What do you think it was?
For the month?
Yep.
For you calling him?
Yep.
$250.
No.
Oh, God.
God, no.
That's less than my phone bill this month.
$1,500.
What?
So I would like an additional $250, but that's like $1,500. Peyton, you were on the phone with the Tolo winner. RJ's asking what he has to do for traveling outside the country on this honeymoon. Not Mexico, not Canada, for his phone and the roaming and all that stuff.
Did you get the
international calling? Yeah,
you got it?
You got all that set up. You can also do if you don't want to do all that, set all that up, you can do the WhatsApp. I know that's what McKinsey used because that way you can still text us back and forth when you're on Wi-Fi, but that way you don't have to use all that.
And what do you need it for? All you do is text your neighborhood and Sarah anyway. She's going to be right there with you. You're not going to be following sports.
The map, GPS, right? I'm going to need it for the GPS because I have no idea where we're going.
I would thought you'd be old school and bring out the map.
Well, and then the kids. I want to call the kids.
Call the kids.
Right. So, and then, if there's a baseball game, I want to watch the kids' baseball games because they stream those.
Okay.
By the way, the outlets are different.
I know.
Okay, you got those. You got to get the adapter and everything. Oh, it's 3 prongs out there.
So stupid.
What?
The outlets, the plugs, they're completely different.
Your iPhone box won't work there. You have to buy the adapter.
It's the dumbest thing ever. What? Who invented Europe?
Columbus, according to Nick Harris, and Miami hotels. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm sure you'll get a lot of great suggestions on the fan text.
Nick Harris said, saw he died, no clue.
No idea.
Did not know who Val Kilmer was.
People are saying get an eSIM. It's like $20. It's all you need. I have no idea what that is. I'll figure that one out, though. Went on a cruise. My daughter forgot to turn on the roaming. We were charged an extra $900 for 4 days.
Oh!
Yes, you are absolutely going to want to use international calling for Google Maps to find anything.
Okay.
So, and then they're saying WhatsApp, which obviously.
Did you think about getting like a tour guide?
So we have.
And how much did that cost? To me, that's like an international wedding planner bill.
We're doing a golf cart tour of like Florence one day, where you just drive around like Florence with a golf cart. Cooking class. We're gonna do that.
Wow.
We're gonna do a day in Venice. We'll do like.
But you're not having someone like set up hotel, restaurant reservations, and all that.
My sister has done a lot of it. She's like her side hustle now. Apparently, she's the only attorney with a side hustle, and that's a travel agent. And so she has set up everything. We've taken care of. We paid for all of it, except for like if we want. She hasn't set up the dinners at night.
Okay.
Outside of like 1 or 2, we're gonna find. We'll find what the hotel says.
And when are you leaving?
2 weeks.
Okay.
2 weeks, something like that. Yeah. So we're excited. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. I still don't know what I'm wearing for the wedding. No idea. Haven't bit that out yet.
But your wedding is just like at the courthouse? And she has a white dress, though.
She has a white dress. It's just going to be in a park. We're just going to go to a park in Fort Worth. And then we're going to do just something with me and her.
Will she
and
be
our
as
families.
strict with your dress code as your mom was for the funeral? Or will you have carte blanche?
No, she's not going to be strict. She's going to tell me what to wear.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let her handle the outfit. But everybody is saying
you fought back against your mom for the funeral, but you're just going to accept this without debate.
Yeah, because I'm the patriarch of the family with my mom. I'm in charge of her now.
Okay.
All right.
Now you're in charge of Sarah.
Well, I bought her. Yeah, I paid for the marriage license, $76. So she has to do what I say.
Hell of a deal.
Yeah, that's a hell of a deal, man. All right, chopping it up here at 105 through the fan. We did not get to this. I had noticed this. This is something that happened to me about a week ago, but I wanted you here for this. What is the rule on playing a video in a stall in a public restroom? I walk into the bathroom. This is Bobby and I. We were at the Top Golf for the Tarleton State thing.
Crushed it.
Bobby crushed it.
Did anyone film him playing?
I'm stunned Choppy didn't post it. He filmed lots of it and didn't post any of it.
It wasn't like it was so bad.
He's embarrassed at how good I was.
It must not have been that embarrassing if you didn't post
well,
it.
my camera's also cracked.
I shot a 60.
Blurry.
60. I was below 80. I shot 60 at Top Golf. But.
So I go in the restroom and I went to go, number one. And as I'm, standing there, I hear, noises playing in the stall. The guy obviously is just sitting down there watching some video on TikTok about, who knows? Right? I don't even know what it was about. But, what's the rule on that? You're in a public restroom.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah?
I'm fine with it. Do you ever hear someone on a phone call? You ever hear someone talking?
I've heard that here in the building.
Yeah.
When you walk into other floors on the phone.
And is it fine if you are talking on the phone? What's more acceptable? Peeing at the urinal and talking or in the stall? Does it matter?
I think the urinal is more acceptable because it's more in and out.
Feels a little more acceptable.
It looks weirder, though, because you can't even go number one. Like, you got one hand down and one hand up, unless you have the earbuds. That looks weirder than in the stall.
Well, that's just because you can't see them in the stall.
Yeah,
sure,
exactly.
It looks bizarre to have your pants down on the phone. But the thing is, I think it's like Chops is, you're going to be in there and out of there. So I could see someone just going I'm not going to hang up the call and call back in a minute. Let me just go and then I'll walk out. Whereas the other one, if you're going to go to the stall, just say, I'll call you back. Like it's that simple. Playing the video.
Because this is not like sitting in a plane seat where you can't go anywhere and it's for a long time.
Right.
You're going to be in the bathroom for a couple minutes.
5-10 minutes, yeah.
I'm fine with it. What do you think, Pepe?
I'm not judging if someone wants to do that, but it's free game in public. If I want to comment on the video or add it on the phone call, I can comment on anything. If I don't like it or if I like it, go, what's that video call? I can talk to you.
Yeah, open the door. Yeah, just open the door right there and just see what's peek your head over.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's if you're playing a video, I don't know why you're just. It seems kind of. I don't know what the word is. Not.
Well, don't you do it at home? Don't you do it at home?
No. Oh yeah, the phone. Absolutely.
I'll look at the phone. I won't play videos while I'm in there. And if I do, no, I'm not.
What's it matter? What's it matter if you're scrolling Twitter versus playing a video in your own bathroom?
I mean, it doesn't matter. I just don't do it.
Okay.
But I'm saying in public, no, you don't. It's the
couth.
I just think it's almost a little tacky.
Bad
what do
form?
you do if you need to hear something for whatever reason? Then I would just the very lowest volume setting, a 1, and then put it up to your ear to hear whatever it is, and then that's it. Otherwise, just wait till you're out of there.
The bathroom. That's where you watch all the videos you don't want your girl to see you watching. That's what you do in the bathroom.
Like what?
I mean, I'm just saying.
That's why you throw headphones on.
That's what I've been told. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Authorities have seized.
Just when I think I could get caught doing something, Amanda's like, your Bluetooth was on. I heard it. It's always a cooking video.
Yeah.
So she's like, whoa, what type of dough are you making? So even when I could get busted, I'm watching, meat church videos.
The criminals are always a step ahead. They are always a step ahead. We thought they were smuggling cocaine over the border. Nope. They are now using submarines.
Dang.
The authorities have intercepted a narco sub carrying more than 7 tons of cocaine in the Atlantic Ocean.
How much money is that?
Oh God.
There
you go.
I'll calculate it.
Ask the
Fantex will know.
guy. Absolutely.
242 million estimated value. 7 tons of cocaine.
7 tons of 242 million and
500 billion Colombian pesos.
Wow. So like that's like 6,000 kilos or whatever of cocaine. It's just insane.
So it's all just loaded in the submarine.
It's just in the submarine.
Yeah.
And it was crossing the Atlantic. This one would happen to be heading for Portugal. It went from
What have submarine check stops? Like
I guess so.
Are we underwater and like you got to pull over to the side like we talked about yesterday?
Maybe that's maybe that's how all the sharks are getting coked up. You remember we talked about all the cocaine sharks that are eating it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess like they discovered, some country's navy discovered a submarine that was being radared or sonared and they didn't have any idea it was supposed to be there, and the authorities seized this narco sub filled with 7 tons of cocaine. Absolutely insane. How many years of your life would you have to add, or how much disease-free would you have to add to drink your own urine?
Be a little more specific. Like, how many years am I adding?
Like,
how disease-free can I be?
So
you're telling me I'm never going to get cancer? I'll consider it.
Yeah, so this guy, Troy Casey, has an unorthodox wellness program. Every morning he wakes up and he drinks his own urine. He says it has stem cells, amino acids, and antibodies. He had testicular cancer.
It was kind of like Jessica Simpson with the snake sperm.
Well, we'll get to that one in a second here.
Oh, sorry.
He claims that he had testicular cancer, and that cancer has gone away because he drank his own urine.
Now, does not include any doctor visits. Is he a holistic? Is he a Chiafalo?
It could be.
Is he not going? He didn't receive any other type of treatment. I'm just supposed to believe it was the urine.
That's what he says.
To me, sounds like the kidney, the meat, raw food dude.
Liver King.
Liver King.
Little hoax here.
So he also says what he does is he opts to drink. It's called the middle pee. So it's not the beginning, and it's not the end. It's the middle.
Man,
of the
you
stream.
really have to know your own clutch.
Right, you really do. Yeah. To be able to,
I'm not
stop it and start
first
again.
gear is the end.
I'll take a little sip.
Fifth. You got to know when you're in second or third gear for the middle.
Man, I tell you this: the most emasculated I ever am in a restroom is by a child. Because their streams are so
long,
powerful, and here's me like an old man, just a slow drip. I go to the bathroom at at a youth baseball game, and you hear these kids just walk in, and it's like their thumb is over a hose.
Have you?
And I'm sitting here just trickling out like an old man.
Have you tried Kegels?
I have not tried Kegels.
You should. Maybe that'll help. When did your stream start to thin out?
I don't know. Within the last 10 years, 8 years, late 30s, early 40s.
I feel like it's starting to hit me in mid 30s.
Yeah, it happens, man. And then my kids, I can hear them 2 rooms away. Just the stream. They don't hit the toilet anymore. I mean, they've completely avoided.
No more iPad for Ollie in the bathroom. I've instituted a rule because his focus goes away, and it's like Katrina in there. He's dead quiet. He's not saying anything, and then he walks out like, "Daddy, there's a problem," and I'm like, "No more iPad." That speaks to watching videos in there. Why you shouldn't do it?
There you go.
Can't concentrate with the stream.
Definitely can't. Would you switch this seat for a couple?
So to answer that question, you're guaranteeing me no cancer for the rest of my life. I would try to drink some. I don't know if I'd be able to handle it. I mean, I can barely do apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, you're gonna. I think they've said you've got to filter it somehow.
Okay.
So because it's sterile, you got to filter it. So filter it. They say you could do that on the if you're stranded in the ocean, but you got
no stroke. Guarantee me no stroke, no cancer. What's another third that you'd be paranoid about?
Heart
Bobby?
attack,
ALS, heart attack,
ALS.
Yeah, that's what I default to.
That's absolutely. All right, you mentioned Jessica Simpson. So we'll do the Jessica Simpson here. She has a new idea, and this is from her vocal coach, on how to keep her voice healthy.
Does she still sing?
No, I mean not.
When's the last time she came? Her or Val Kilmer? Who had the last noteworthy production?
I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't heard anything from her.
She
in a
does
while.
now.
Well, she does now. Because of this, jeez, Peyton, I just got that one. Because of the new thing that he is medicine she's taking.
They're like, what are you drinking? Because, it's this Chinese herb thing. And I'm like, I don't know. And my vocal coach told me to drink it. And they Googled the ingredients and snake sperm.
No, is it tea?
It's like a honey. So, if you want a good vocal, you got to drink snake sperm.
Honey.
I have a question.
Love to hear it.
How do you get it?
Oh,
I understand how you get it from a horse.
Ask Jerry.
When a man and a woman love each other, Shaw.
Yeah.
Circumcising mosquitoes.
Yeah, I understand how you get it from a horse. Okay, I've seen those videos. I don't know how you would get it from a snake.
What was it? Gaga or someone else doing
blood
facial treatment?
Yeah, like the blood. They're putting snake blood on their face or something like that. And I've heard of people saying like, hey, if you drink snake blood because it's not oxygenated or it is oxygenated, that it's supposed to have some kind of effect, effects on you, like positive effects. I have never heard of this, and I don't know how you get it. I'm kind of confused about that one.
I assume you extract it the same way you would extract it from anyone else.
It's lubricated.
Yep, there you go, right there.
We could use this for radio. Always looking for radio tricks.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be a good bet.
They
Payoff
always say
next year for the
tea and
tournament.
honey.
You have to drink it.
Oh.
Joseph Hicks, Tolo Joe. We'll get one of the snakes out of my backyard.
Tea and honey, baby.
Yeah.
Tea and honey. All right, last one here.
All right, would you drink that over the urine?
No. I don't.
I would.
I'm letting whatever
Yeah, I would go over the urine.
ills come my way at that point.
I would absolutely do that over the urine. So it's happened again on an airplane. When's it going to stop? This couple comes up. They got two middle seats. They ask a guy to move so they can sit together. And he said no, and it creates this big problem on the airplane. And when are people going to learn? You just book your seat, man. Just book the seat. If it's a kid and a mom or whatever, I'd be like, I might move.
But this guy said normally he moves, but this time he's like, you know what? I'm going to take a stand. And they sat right behind him and were like almost ready to cry.
Yeah.
And he felt a little bit of guilt, and then he put in the earbuds, and he said he took a guilt-free nap.
Guilt-free nap.
Yeah.
If it's a kid, like a 4-year-old,
yes.
I'm like, all right, go ahead, switch. Because you can't sit
And
next to your
you
wife.
cannot have me switch to a middle. Don't ask me unless you know I can sit in the aisle or the window. You can't have me switch to the middle.
This is like
unless I'm like Sandler size.
This is like when Chop separated me from Kristen on the way to New Orleans.
Yeah, I'm
by
sorry. I
upping us to
apologize for the first class seat.
And I was just devastated.
I've never even been asked. I'm surprised how often this apparently happens. I've never been asked.
It happens apparently a lot.
Have you been asked ever?
Nope.
I got asked to move once, and it was like aisle for aisle, or I can't remember. It was a fine set. I was like, whatever, yeah, sure, I don't care.
Aisle for aisle.
I probably would switch.
This HOV portion of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, where we chop it up every hump day during the commercial-free expressway. All right, it's time for your review of the morning show. Bobby has put out the questions, everything we need to fix on Sean and RJ from you. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me get you on over to...
Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Dallas Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're so
I don't
easy
care.
to telegraph with your trolling.
Is that incorrect?
It is incorrect. He's a Super Bowl champion. Like
no. You know what his reputation is, Chop. You know what his reputation is, Chop. You know what his reputation is. His reputation is he got Rodgers one. He got Rodgers one. The
psychopath convention.
Why? What's the psychopath convention?
Where you start going on your little rants here.
It's one. I don't care. No, because you know what? There's actual. I care when people say stupid S like you just did.
Well.
That's stupid.
Reliving memories of the morning show here on Sean and RJ featuring Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's a Meet Church Wednesday. Matt Pittman coming up at 8:20 live on the Fan Cam. But it is now time for the second annual.
Third.
Oh, it's the third?
Third annual.
Done 3 of these?
Mm-hmm.
The Sean and RJ Morning Show Survey Review.
Yeah, and we put this out on Facebook, and if you sign up for the newsletter mail subscribe thing that we do, then you got this survey put in your inbox, and we got a lot of response. It's up to, when we got to a little over 100, I started tallying all the information and the data, and still some others continue to trickle in, and we'll add those to the fold as we go on. But this is actually, this survey is how we got the payload. That was the very first survey we did. People were like, Peyton needs a segment, and so we did. So we take this.
The point of this is for improvement.
Yeah.
And we probably go way too behind the scenes. We purposely did not bring it up to the bosses before we did it on air because they may be a little uneasy, but we like to be totally transparent and figure out how to make things better. So we're looking for show improvement and critique.
Boy, I'll tell you what, the first little bit of info we got from this is...
how many people?
This specific, I started tallying the answers once we had 107. So this is basically a 107 sample.
Thank you guys for participating.
Yeah,
unless you insult me.
No, one of them really liked Amanda on this survey, as I showed you during the break.
Yeah, what did it say?
It said, Sean, I love you, and your wife is smoking hot, but you get a little whiny sometimes.
Yeah, it was Walchuk.
I don't think you're allowed to say that.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
You're not allowed.
All right, let's just get to this. The area, first off, some demographic stuff. The area where people listen is very interesting. Strong showing from Fort Worth.
That's right, baby.
Fort Worth, it was easy, the number one response from where are you listening from?
You could just say from Texas.
Yeah. That hit me when we went to the brewery. What's the name of the brewery?
Martin House.
Martin House. That was arguably the most impressive Tolo turnout that I've ever seen. It's up there, top 2 or 3.
Which shout out to the folks at Martin House.
Yes.
I know their head brewer is going through something right now. He had an accident recently, and he is in the hospital. And so they're accepting a lot of over there at Martin House. They're getting a lot of prayer and support right now as he's dealing with that. But Fort Worth showed up really strong. I was very surprised how many people listen to us out of state. It's a lot.
How's it surprising? Anytime we take Cowboy calls, the boss even one time was like, are we a DFW show? Because it's like
California,
D.C.,
Virginia,
other countries, the access.
Yeah, I got
all those access countries.
I mean, we got there were 17 other states other than Texas that were represented on this list. So,
and shout out to the company getting the Odyssey app much improved. So that allows out-of-state listening. So shout out to the company.
Yes, absolutely. Then that shot up too, by the way, was the usage of the Odyssey app. That jumped this year. So a lot of people listen there. All right, favorite segment. And I'll have some I've got some feedback with it. So I've got some of the quotes from the listeners.
This should be an easy. This should be a slam dunk.
What's your prediction?
Oh, ask Reddit. There should not even be a question about it.
So out of the 107 replies we got to the survey, 99 answered this question. So it's right around 100. 38 of the 99 said their favorite segment was Ask Reddit. And you could pick multiple segments, but this was the runaway winner just like it was last year. Lissa and Irving said Ask Reddit. I like to hear your answers and share the questions with my sons to hear their answers. Joseph in Houston on the Odyssey app said Ask Reddit is always comical. So that was a very frequent answer.
Maybe we do Ask Reddit twice in a show or twice in a week.
Maybe we
These
do
are the
find a second
conversations
one.
we have.
Number 2, it's actually a tie between us two right here.
Me and you?
No, us two. Me and Peyton.
Oh, no.
Below the belt and payload tie with 22.
Wow, because Below the Belt was not scoring well in the beginning.
Yeah, and then you saw the sheet on Monday.
So Below the Belt and payload. Okay.
Christy, who listens on the Odyssey app, said, I love everything about the show, but love the payload. A lot of positive Peyton
This
response
was your aunt, right?
No.
Because I thought there was some, Peyton complaints back in the day over too much pay or the payload.
Well, we'll get to the next topic here in just a sec. Dal Chamberlain says, such a football fan, so Below the Belt is probably my favorite.
Because what I'm thinking about is, look, I'll just be candid. Right now, we need to pick up 9 to 10 when people are going to work. That's my number one concern with the program. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, when you're getting out of your car, you're going to the office, you can't watch on the fan cam. So I'm thinking about Below the Belt with your Cowboy hit or NFL coverage at 9. Maybe moving it from 8:40 to 9. That's a thought.
Might shift it.
I don't want to disrupt the 8:40 staple or everyone's schedule, but we need to pick it up, or you play hooky more at work.
That's one of those things. Like if it's working, do you take away from a strength, to cure a weakness,
right?
Because like at 9 o'clock, you would think everybody's already at work.
Yep.
The rest of the top 5, number 4 on this list, favorite segment was Best and Worst of the Weekend. That was next.
Gavin Spittle.
Really?
Not happy with all the extra time he gave to Jared Sandler on Monday after the awesome Red Sox series. He goes, what happened to Best of Worst? I wanted to hear what everyone did during their weekend. I wanted to hear it.
People love it. It's opening that screen door, Okay. And then number 5 rounding out is Chopping It Up. And then we got a bunch of other answers that fill it out. A lot of people didn't list a specific segment. They maybe just listed, hey, I enjoy when you guys do this.
That's why Mercedes-Benz of Plano dumped Below the Belt and said, give me 740. Whatever you guys are talking about, 740, everyday expressway, that's what I want to be associated with.
All right, so the least favorite segments. The least favorite.
You have a guess, Choppy?
Least favorite, I would say anything.
Jerry Jones 830?
Yeah, I would say anything not Cowboys.
No. Sean, you got a guess?
No.
It's a tie. It's there was a tie here.
Crosstalk.
67 people responded to this out of the 107. Okay. So 40 people didn't even have an answer for a segment that they didn't like.
They couldn't even come up with a weakness.
Exactly. 67. It was a tie. High-low.
We don't even do it.
We do it like
Man,
3
Hilo
times a year.
burned a memory into people's brains for all time.
Hilo tied with just, and it was 6. Be clear about the sample. 67 replies. 6 people had listed Hilo.
Okay.
So it's not like it was over, but I mean, it was brought up consistently enough that it's, and then it's the payload.
Dang it.
Ooh.
See?
So
That's
loved
perfect.
and hated. Polarize it.
That's exactly what you
You're the
want.
Howard Stern of the show.
So
loved and hated, baby.
Here's how I looked at it too when I was kind of going through these. Definitely.
So I should cross out second Peyton segment.
The younger
6 people.
The younger the younger part of,
6 losers.
The younger part definitely enjoys the payload. He gets high marks from 20-year-olds.
The young demographic.
Yeah, 100%. And then I think the ones who have said they don't like the payload,
the people who can't stand that he doesn't know who Val Kilmer is,
they're the ones who want, I think, just only sports, typically. And so they feel like that's right in the middle of sports, like 640, that's right when I'm listening for sports, and it's not there. So that's where I think that comes from. Stephen Plano said high-low and any other semi-game shows is his answer. He doesn't like any of the game show stuff.
Wow.
Mo in Arlington said payload. Just kind of seems like Peyton's version of chopping it up.
Yeah, it is.
Jeff in Oregon.
Wait, so was that a vote for or against?
That was against. That was least favorite segment.
Oh. So he likes when Choppy does it.
Number 3, number 3 on this list with 5 votes was Neighborhood Watch. But some of those were from people who were out of state, and they said it just doesn't register with me because I'm not.
Right.
I don't live there.
This is the 3rd annual morning show survey of what to fix from 6 to 10 a.m.
This wasn't really a segment. 4 people said essentially anything Bobby was what 4 people said, including Jeff in Oregon. He said everything that Bobby is involved in. He didn't just go anything. He said everything.
Yeah, you could make.
I'm surprised the guy from Oregon didn't like me.
Could you make?
You ruined the morning show.
Could you make the case that Bobby has hurt our Q rating? Helped or hurt?
Oh, he's helped.
You think?
Yeah, he's brought all the attention
Do you know
on
what
him.
Q rating is?
Not really.
Okay.
But he's brought all the attention on him.
I mean, look, this we'll get into more of the survey. We'll see how much I bring it down or maybe boost it up. You know what I mean? All right, topic preferences. We ask this every year. How much do you want sports versus lifestyle talk? How much do you want local versus national? And so this year, the response was on sports versus lifestyle. It averaged out to being they want 74% sports and 26% lifestyle, which is actually an increase for the lifestyle this year. Alyssa in Haltom City says, I'm good with everything. I do like to hear about your lives outside of work also because I'm a nosy woman, is what she says.
So they want 75-25?
That's essentially what it averaged out to. Marcus in Fort Worth says, ideally 100% sports, especially football. Parker in Fort Worth says, I'd say probably 60-40 leaning sports. I enjoy the lifestyle and pop culture talk. Chad in Quinlan wants 50-50. Kevin in Kaufman County said life preferred then sports and mostly NFL and the Texas Rangers.
Okay.
The local versus national debate was 75-25 local to national. John in Odessa said the balance is great right now. Tony in Frankston says local, other than how our local teams match up to their competitors. Matt in Burleson said, was national until I moved here and discovered y'all all local now because of the morning show. Alex in Terrell wants 100% local. Stephen in Midlothian, I'm originally from New York, so I do appreciate a little more national talk. And then Rob, listening in New Orleans, said prefer Dallas-based and only big-time topics from national. So generally, 75-25 split on both of those. How about the sports and teams that people want covered?
This stung. I get it, but this stung.
Sports and teams that they want covered. Number 1 is still the Dallas Cowboys. 101 of the survey respondents answered this question. 79 of them said they want Cowboys.
So 80 out of 100.
And you could pick multiple topics. This wasn't just, one and you had to take that.
Okay.
Number 2 was the Rangers. 65% said they wanted Rangers talk consistently. And then moving up in the rankings this year.
Did you put college football as an option or no?
It was just something you could fill out. You could tell us what you wanted.
Okay.
Number 3, moving up the charts this year, 53.5% say Stars.
Wow. So Gavin Spittle did know about this survey. Infiltrated. Spits and suds,
baby.
The Stars passed the Dallas Mavericks by a real margin. The Mavericks, it was 45%. So you're talking about
you lose a fan base.
So here's some of the answers. We got Adam in Mansfield said, unfortunately, the Cowboys he wants covered. Shane in Plano said, sigh, the friggin' Cowboys. They know they're roped in. Lewis and Rowlett said mostly Rangers. Richard and Hazlitt said a little more love for the Stars and maybe a little more on the local colleges. College football, by the way, came in 6th with 8%. A lot of people, I think, just would say local teams is what they wanted, but, it's not I don't want to listen to it. A lot of soccer. Behind the Mavs was 10% said they wanted more FC Dallas or soccer coverage.
Oh.
So,
see, the Mavs thing is people outside of the Metroplex, buddies in the business, right? They come up to us at Super Bowl and Combine, and they're like, you're living large. You broke the Schottenheimer news, had that new coach, controversial, and then you trade Luka. And I'm like, that's kind of not how DFW is. They're like, screw you, I'm out. If it was Boston, Philly, New York, yeah, we'd probably be living like kings. But that survey just backed up a lot of the social media. A lot of it sometimes you take as talking, and they're not actually going to quit the team. No, this did not cause a surge for us in terms of when we're talking Mavs or Luka. It's always in the back of my mind, like, all right, people don't want to hear this. They're turning it off.
They don't want to hear it. And it's like, I'll talk to people who can't grasp. This was years ago. This was like, when the Mavs were at the end of Dirk and the beginning of Luke, and the Mavs TV ratings were so bad in town. They weren't even getting. They were getting half shares. They were just stunned. Like, how has this happened? This is a team that went to the playoffs. How are they? I'm like they've checked out on it.
All right, we'll finish up the survey in the 9 o'clock hour.
We will.
Don't go to work. Make that a daily occurrence, because going in late, you got to listen to the Tolo response for Fixin' the Morning Show here on DFW Sports Station. But it's a hump day. It's a Meat Church Wednesday. Let's get that grill going with Matt Pittman, the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys, joins us next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Those are those. Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
214 or 817-333-3233. With Franklin Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
It's a Meat Church Hump Day. With the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys, he is Matt Pittman, and I don't know what to start with. The Dallas Cowboys review of his burnt ends or Bobby Bell. It takes a lot to impress Bobby from a visual, technical standpoint, but Bobby's jaw almost hit the ground with Matt Pittman's setup that you can see on the fan cam and YouTube.
It's beautiful. Fantastic design. Love it. He looks very professional there in the easy chair, the leather easy chair, and he's got the mic set up there. It's a great look.
Setup,
I love
man.
it.
Really nice.
I take that as a big compliment from you boys.
It's good. No, it's awesome. And you got the seasonings all up there for the branding. It looks great.
Did you get those at a price or did you pay full fare?
I definitely stole them. This is inaugural. You guys are the first ones. Like, I'm obviously not going to do this with anybody else but you boys.
That's right. All right. That's right. And then his burnt end review coming from Frisco.
Yeah, I heard. So I was up there doing draft show on Tuesday, and Kyle Yeomans was in there, and he was talking about, man, Pittman came out cooked for our big staff day or whatever. He's like, oh my gosh, it was so good. He was talking about, I think it was the burnt ends that he was like fantastic, loved it. So the cooking went over really great. They said the food was the best they've ever had at a staff day.
Wow, I've never heard that. I've not yet heard that feedback, so I appreciate it. I told him, the weather was beautiful. I was a little bit nervous. I said, if it doesn't turn out, we obviously can order pizza. That's my famous line, but sounds good if they liked it.
Now, Matt, just reset what burnt ends actually are and how many of them, because that's like the delicacy, I think, when it comes to brisket, and how many burnt ends you can generally get off of your average size brisket.
So before I answer that, if I don't bust everyone's bubble, they were apple, cherry, habanero, pork belly burnt ends, not brisket burnt ends. But I'm happy to answer it. Do you want to hear the brisket side of it?
Well, the pork belly, that's arguably the best value, right? You go to your grocery store and the humongous slabs of pork belly, and I feel like that could be the best price in barbecue value-wise.
100%. I can go to my HEB and get a half slab of skinless pork belly for $25. I haven't got one at Costco in a while, but it's like a full slab is usually 40-ish. I don't know about in today's economic climate, exactly what's going on, but yeah, because, you can't eat that much of it. Like, people are going to eat, if you're doing a barbecue at home, people are going to eat 3 or 4 bites, and a half slab will give you like 50. So it goes a really long way. And obviously super popular. Credit to our man, Travis Heim, who invented bacon burn ends. Pork belly burn ends are slightly different, but he certainly popularized it. Very popular, very economical. Lots of recipes for that on meatchurch.com and videos on our YouTube channel.
And then how about working with brisket burn ends?
So I've really got into the history of burn ends. If people don't know, they were invented Arthur Bryant's in Kansas City. And so burn ends are the edge of the fatty side of the brisket. And so Arthur Bryant's used to slice off the edge and then cut that into 4 or 5 burn ends. So you're getting 8 or 10 per brisket. And they would hand it to people in line. It was a line snack and it was free. Playboy did an article on these burn ends and they blew up. Yeah, I always say that's when everybody realized there were articles in Playboy. Right. And so they had to figure out how to get more, right? And so burn ends have evolved over time. Like, if you compete in a KCBS barbecue competition, you can turn in burn ends in your entry, if you want, if they're as good as your slices. So what people do, if you're trying to make them at home, people want more than 8 or 10. So generally what they do is they remove the entire point after the cook. They let it cool down so they can cube it up into like 1-inch cubes. Apply seasoning that has a little sweetness, and then sauce it, toss those in a pan, put them back in the smoker for like an hour to render, caramelize that barbecue sauce and fat. And it's definitely in the top 3 bites in barbecue in my mind.
And then this morning, Butcher, RJ Choppy, was trying to break down for me the video title that you have. Could be the most badass video headline you could come up with. Thor's Hammer is the Meat Church video coming out today with bearded butchers, and you were giving me the education on them.
These guys, I think Instagram like shadow banned them from my account because they don't show up as much as they used to. So I have to search them out because I will go down these hour-long rabbit holes just laying in bed.
Who are they? What
they're
are they?
just butchers. I think they're from like Ohio or something like that.
Yeah,
they're just butchers. They have the same beer. They wear the same,
So you're into butchering?
Dude, I could absolutely.
It doesn't gross you out.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think it's great. I'm fascinated
Hear that,
by
FBI
this.
profilers?
You got to watch the Italian guy who has just serves gobs and gobs of steaks, and he's a butcher.
Yeah.
And you go to him. Do you know who I'm talking about, Pittman? I can't remember the guy's name. There's a Netflix on him. He's Italian. Boom.
Gabagool.
Step
Gabagool,
one.
baby.
You go in there, and it's just the butchering. You would absolutely love it, just serving up mounds of cholesterol.
Rip the fat cap off. Get the membrane out of there. I can do this, man. Let's go.
Explain what this is, Pittman. What is the Thor's hammer?
First, I better get good at radio because Choppy's coming for me. Look at these skills he's talking about here.
I know.
Today's video is it's actually a ton of fun. So yeah, Bearded Butchers, massive social media presence. They just built a new headquarters, and they're calling it the headquarters that YouTube built. And much like Choppy, I'm not butchering whole steers, but I watch their stuff beginning to end. It's fascinating. They're so quick. The meat's obviously cold, and like the way they cut it with these sharp knives, it's like a very satisfying. So Seth cut me a Thor's hammer, so it's a beef shank. So in the video, I give the intro and I go, "Hey, I need some meat," and it cuts to Seth showing you how he cuts it out of a steer, and then he pitches it, and I catch it. Throws it from Ohio to Texas, and I cook it. And it honestly, he told me the cool thing about this cut was they used to have no use for it. So because there's so much collagen in it with all the tendons that they would grind it up and sell it for whatever $2.50 a pound. So once this thing became popular, they now sell it for, I don't know, $75 on their website or something like that. But it will feed your entire family. You can do like a taco feast with it. We smoked it for 4 to 5 hours till it got to 150 with our holy cow rub, really pretty bark. And then we put it in a pan with beef broth, boiled it, braised it till it pulled apart. We pulled it apart, served it on corn tortillas with our smoked salsa and stuff like that. And it was one of the best bites I've had in a very long time.
Is this ossobuco? Is that what that is?
No. It's if you search it, you will get those results, but no, it's totally different. It's actually a beef shin outside of the country, and here in the U.S. they call it a beef shank, or AKA Thor's hammer, because of the way that the bone is Frenched.
Talking with Matt Pittman from Meat Church here on 105.3 live from the newly christened Meat Church studios there. All right, Matt. So
hey, let me ask you one more thing about butchering, because when I watch all you cool YouTube guys with your brisket, everyone's making a Ferrari or a sports car, and it's got to be rounded out perfect. And I'm cutting all this meat that I paid this absurd amount of money for, and it's because of the airflow. I don't have a grinder, though. You guys all go, you can just take this and make burgers, and you can make sausages. I don't know how to freaking make sausages, so I'm not cutting that stuff off for the shape. Does it really make a difference? What do I really do with the leftover stuff? I try to put it in the oven to make tallow out of it, just melt it down. But I don't have a grinder. I'm not making
your face, the tallow. You rub it on your face.
That's right. Jessica Simpson. I just swallow it.
Right.
Does it make a difference? Does it make a difference, Matt?
Yeah. So I actually say exactly what you just said. When I'm teaching, say, trimming a brisket, I'm like, I'm going to teach you a traditional Texas barbecue joint trim, because if you trim it this way, it's going to leave you with a brisket that is, every slice is great except the first slice that, my kids will eat that. So every bit of it's perfect. But I always say you pay good money for it, so you decide what you do with it. If if you leave like a really thin part of the flat, it's going to pucker up during the cook. And so when you go to cut your brisket, that stuff's going to be dried out. There may be someone in your family that's down with it. Like my kids would eat it, so it's not a big deal. I do recommend to people, you said you don't have a grinder, but you can buy one for $99, and you don't have to make sausage, but everybody uses ground meat. So to me, it's like, if you're pretty serious about outdoor cooking, which I know you are, you could go buy an inexpensive one to get started, and you would have a use for it. Now, I wouldn't want to throw it in the garbage, so try to find a use for it. If not, you certainly can cook it without it. You're just going to have some stuff that's not cooked as perfect. It's just going to be a little more overdone. It's no different than cooking a turkey. By the time the dark meat is cooked, the white meat is dried out. It's that same sort of thing.
Matt, you got the Hail Mary seasoning right above you there, and that's the one I haven't broken into yet. I've just been intimidated by it because Blanco's so easy. I can just pour that on things, and Kristen, she'll use stuff like the honey hog on chicken and things like that. She held that one up. She's like, "You haven't used this yet." She's like, "We need to get into this." And I was like, I've been intimidated by it, so I need to know what's the best play for using that particular seasoning.
So I describe it as it's more savory than sweet, and we have so many sweet offerings. So there'll be a lot of times that I'm trying to just cook an all-out meal in my house, and I have no use for a sweet barbecue rub, right? If I'm cooking like a Tuesday night meal. I can take that seasoning and I can put it on vegetables and things like that, which is a common thing that we do. But when you're cooking barbecue with it, a lot of times people want something that, is not so sweet, basically. So I describe it as being rustic, almost Southwestern, with some of the notes there. And it's got a little bit of a bite to it. So it's great on chicken. If you want an entry, start with that. I also like it on pork. But like I said, I put it on a ton of vegetables because, the lack of sugar in it. So I can put it on broccoli, whatever the heck it is. I don't like to talk about vegetables being from meat church, but you get my drift.
Matt, we just talked about part 1 of our listener survey, and Fort Worth is in the lead, just representing. Choppy, are you familiar with Sunday? What's going on Sunday?
I don't believe
Pittman, where does he need to be?
Fort Worth Food and Wine Ring of Fire, 1 to 5. Early entrances 1 to 2, GAs 2 to 5. Great event. I've participated in Fort Worth Food and Wine for years and years and years. I'm going back to the first event I ever did with them after doing Ring of Fire. I moved to main event, moved to tacos and tequila. And due to my scheduling this week, I was only available Sunday. So I've moved back to the barbecue event, which is a lot of fun. So a lot of my friends, folks you would know by name, like Panther City and Bricks and others will be there. And it's actually a beautiful setting. It's at Clear Fork at the ranch. So it's, in an area that's like covered with a bunch of trees. By the way, I think it's going to be the only good weather day of the festival. So Sunday looks to be really good weather. Great time of year. When there's not rain in the forecast and it's in April, that's a time to go eat barbecue. And Fort Worth is the coolest side of the Metroplex. So I get nothing for telling you this. You should come to this. It's one of our favorite events of the year.
All right, I want to finish with that because I look outside here, and if you want to grill, if you want to smoke, today, I would label today a pellet day. I'm not going outside, running back and forth with the wood. I'm setting it. I'm forgetting it. You are hanging out with Traeger today. And then Woodridge, I haven't heard of that. Everyone asks me every other week. I'm trying to break in. What do you suggest? I say, do you want to mess with wood? Do you want a heavy smoke flavor? Do you want convenience? Do you have kids? So give us an update on the pellet grill game.
Yeah, so Traeger's recently released a grill called the Woodridge, and I never even went to read up on like sales pitch on it because, I use these all the time. And my observation is this pellet grill is just a much better price point. So you get all of the tech that's in their newer grills that have been coming out over the last few years. So the Wi-Fi technology where you can connect with your app to the grill, untether, be anywhere in the world. They're just honestly super reliable, but it's a much cheaper price point. So you can get in a Traeger, under $1,000. Like a lot of their grills, like their top line grills, like $3,700. That's a lot of money. So this gives you a much lower entry point. They also have 3 models of it. There's one of them that has an induction burner on it. So honestly, just all the features of the Timberline, their nicer grill, at a much lower price point. It's been in a bunch of our weekly videos over the last few months. And so we're a big fan of it. It's been what I call my daily driver for 2 months. Not only have I had new issues, we put out great food. So anytime you can get something at a lower price point, I think it's going to be very appealing to consumers, especially if you don't have a pellet grill and you're looking to get into it. Now you've got something that's not so price prohibitive.
Traeger today, Fort Worth Food and Wine on Sunday. Today, meatchurch.com with the Thor's Hammer video with RJ's Bearded Butchers coming to us from the state-of-the-art facilities and studio. Matt Pittman on Meat Church Wednesday. Thank you, brother.
See you, boys.
Matt Pittman here on 105.3 The Fan every other hump day on DFW Sports Station. Something almost as improbable as the Jerry-Jimmy reunion happened yesterday. Bobby will tell you about it next. But you know what? Scratch the pellet.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Janet. My name's Janet. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
No, it's not April Fool's. We just got the biggest reunion since Jerry and Jimmy. Talk about it here in just a second in Below the Belt. First, we got to talk about Jerry and what Jerry had to say yesterday. Jerry and, what's his name? The biggest power player agent in the NFL, David Mulugeta, who represents Micah Parsons, one of the biggest stars in the NFL. I was thinking about this yesterday, by the way, when this whole name thing came up.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Micah. Where would you say Micah stacks up across the league right now in terms of just star power? Is he like a top 5 star in the NFL, like a bordering on a potential to be like a face?
Yeah.
I think
face of the league?
He's very out front. He's involved with Bleacher Report.
He's a bigger name, in my opinion. He's a bigger star than Myles Garrett. He's a bigger star than Joey Bosa. He might be right there even with TJ Watt. I'm just trying to think of defensive players. There's no corner that could come close.
And I think you got to split them up. Like, I think there's the quarterback is the face of the league, but I think there's always like a defensive representation of the league. And I think it could be Micah.
It could be. I think it very well could. Corners like have the personality like receivers, but there isn't one. I mean, like Sauce, like his team isn't relevant.
If the Jets were better, the league would love that because he's New York and he's brash,
cool nickname and everything. Yeah. But that's
I'd put him top 5. I mean, if you put the quarterbacks to the side, and like Justin Jefferson, Micah Parsons, Jamar Chase, Saquon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say,
and I could even argue he's a bigger star than Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase.
Yeah, Jefferson for sure. Chase probably, I think. But
look, I don't know whether it's to his credit or not. Some of that has to do with Dallas Cowboys, and some of that has to do with Micah and his podcast.
Absolutely,
and that was part of the goal. Bigger profile, bigger name. Micah now is going to be on for his clips that he comes up with while he's talking about the sport.
And his social media presence is also, it's significant.
Yeah.
He's very active.
If you just put photos up, no name, just photos, you recognize Micah before you recognize Justin Jefferson. The average casual football fan.
True. Yeah.
And faster than TJ Watt. Maybe not Myles.
Probably not Myles Garrett. I mean, I think people recognize Myles on a similar plane, but I don't know that Myles' brand is as prominent.
Absolutely, before Nick Bosa.
Yep. All right. Well, yesterday, Jerry Jones.
Depends what hat Nick's wearing.
Yesterday, Jerry Jones was talking to the media at the league meetings there in Palm Springs, right? Or Palm Beach? Which one? I don't know.
Florida.
Palm something,
Springs
Florida.
in California.
Okay. I have no idea. Palm whatever in Florida. Palm Beach. And he was talking about Micah's contract and how much maybe the agent, the big power player, the Scott Boras, just going to set every record type of negotiator, David Mulugeta, how much of a factor that is on a Micah extension.
The agent is not a factor here or something to worry about. And I don't know his name. And so my point is that I'm not trying to demean him in any way. But this isn't about an agent. The agent doesn't have one thing to do with what we're doing when we get on a football field against a team. Micah does. To the degree I'm involved, I do. The people that have something to do with what we do going forward relative to our fans in football are me and the player, not the agent. And I'm not demeaning the agent. I'm just saying anybody can do this, and that's talk directly to a player.
And I'm not demeaning the yahoos.
I'm not demeaning at all.
I don't know your name, but I'm not demeaning you.
And here's the thing about the way he says that, too. He was not asked, do you know the name? He was not asked a question about, like, hey, what's his name?
Mm-hmm. That was an intentional shot.
He took a left turn really quickly to go, by the way, I don't know his name. Like, there was literally he could have just kept saying the agent. The agent's not a factor here. He wanted you to know.
I think he did the same thing with the urgency quote. That fell out of the blue because he knows it's a storyline. Steven's saying we don't put any credence into fans or anyone caring that we're too late on these things. He brought up the urgency thing. He woke up with 2 jabs, and one was for Mulugeta.
2 jabs.
And one was for the urgency topic.
I haven't gotten 2 jabs since 2020.
Wow.
All right. The reunion.
But let's not move past that real quick.
Okay.
Is this going to matter at all? Why did Jerry do it? But the more important thing is David Mulugheta going to call a reset? By the way, Micah Parsons did come out and say, even though the agent has kind of been cut out of things to a degree, he will be involved. No backdoor negotiating. I'm not doing a backdoor deal. You know, how petty is David Mulugheta going to try to be in convincing Micah? No, we're going back to the drawing board a little bit to really put the screws to them for disrespecting me.
I think the fan text put it the best, 877-881-1053. He'll be professionally vengeful.
Okay.
Professionally vengeful.
Yeah.
Like he's not going to let his money get mad, but he's going to let his money make a point kind of thing. And yeah,
give me the percentage that Jerry did this intentionally versus really not knowing the guy's name. I'm going to go 80-20. There's a 20. I'm going to go 75-25. 25% chance he doesn't know David Mulugheta's name. Because let me also say this, and Bobby's probably going to vehemently disagree. I go out to AT&T Stadium for a Cowboy game, and I ask 50 Cowboy fans who David Mulugheta is, and I bet maybe 7 could tell me.
Oh, I think it may be lower.
Maybe lower.
Look, he knows David Mulugheta. He might not know that he is Micah's agent. He might get them all confused. He might just think Micah's represented by the company and not the individual. You know what I mean? Like, and there's also the possibility that Jerry hasn't done any negotiations with Micah in this moment. Like, it may have been Steven doing the negotiations.
Even still,
the likelihood is that he knows, but. Yeah, the reality is that Jerry, I think, wants to operate without agents anyway. I think he's, somewhat upset that he can't appeal to the players' emotional side.
RJ Ochoa summed it up. In the last 3 days, Steven and Jerry Jones have dismissed the idea that waiting costs money, even though Steven himself said it with Dak, openly disrespected the top-level agent for the elite dude they're negotiating with. Just a masterclass on how to be bad at all of this.
903, that'll cost Jerry some money. 812 said, well, I'm not going to go that personal. That's probably one I shouldn't read. 520, completely delusional. Another 520 again says, what's in the air in Dallas with these GMs? 214 is trying to say Jerry probably just forgot his name at that time. I know that's been an excuse for David's name has been mentioned in that building plenty over the last 4 years in context with Micah.
My theory is Jerry has heard how much of a badass Mulugheta is, and he just wanted to serve a little reminder. I'm Gerald Wayne Jones.
Which he is.
And he's a guy that few people can name in the world of the National Football League who watch and root for the sport. So I'm the one who signs the check here.
Let's travel up to
unnecessary reminder. Unnecessary power stamp.
There's no need to do it. It can only, maybe it doesn't have a factor, but it could only cause a problem.
Yes.
That's the only thing that could happen there. It felt a little bit like, I don't know, it felt a little bit like ego.
Yeah.
Like that was the only thing it was served, was just like, all right, let's check this a little bit. That's how it felt to me. Okay, over in Foxborough, Massachusetts, Robert Kraft announced yesterday, which was April 1st, and some Patriots fans were like, would they do a joke like this? Robert Kraft announced yesterday at the NFL's annual league meetings, Bill Parcells has accepted his induction into the Patriots Hall of Fame. That had been a bad relationship. I don't know that it's even good now. It may just be Parcells saying, I'll accept it because I want to be recognized as part of the Patriots, but screw you, Robert Kraft. But Robert Kraft has said, while both of us are alive in our late 30s, I thought it would be great, given what he's done for the team, if he would accept entry as a contributor into the Patriots Hall of Fame.
In our late 30s?
And he accepted. Yeah, he was doing a joke.
Oh.
Yeah. So, that's...
I mean, he was there a very short amount of time.
Yep.
And he didn't win. But I'll tell you this. You can make a case that they don't win the first Super Bowl in 2001 without Bill. He did set a foundation.
I mean, you don't get
players.
Belichick without Parcells being there.
You don't get Belichick. You don't get. Because a lot of the players that Bill had were still on that team. Some of the players.
He does what Parcells does. Parcells, to me, he's a builder.
Yeah.
He's going to go 4 or 5 years. Going to burn a bridge. Something's going to go sour. 93 to 96. Now, they did get to the Super Bowl,
They
and
did.
then the foundation and building it all.
Yeah.
Is that long enough time, 93 to 96?
Let me see here really quickly. And I'm sure if we looked through the Patriots Hall of Fame, there's probably some names there that were like, well, you put that person in your Hall of Fame? That seems a little...
So 93 to 96.
Guys he drafted: Terry Glenn, Lawyer Malloy, Teddy Bruschi,
Troy Brown,
Ty Law, Curtis Martin,
McGinnis.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot. He's a lot. He had a lot
Chris
of guys.
Slade.
He's the ultimate architect.
So, I mean, yeah, he had... I mean, you talk about Ty Law, you can make a case Patriots don't win the first Super Bowl against the Rams without Ty Law and the way that he played. And so, I mean,
that Ty Law tortured Peyton Manning and the Colts.
Yeah.
God. His last two drafts, he got Law, Ted Johnson, Curtis Martin, Glenn, Malloy, Bruschi. That's a lot. That's starters.
It's two
That's
Hall of Famers and multiple-time Pro Bowlers.
Below the belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of Ring of Honor, don't have a ton of time for this. Did either of you look into Jerry commenting on DeMarcus Lawrence? Is there some type of whisper that Tank would go into the Ring of Honor, or was Jerry just being nice?
No, I think Jerry, one day maybe they would. I don't know, but I don't think so. Jerry and Steven both, are trying to very publicly take the high road in that whole spat that occurred with him and Micah. So they both said positive things about him this week.
Because, with all due respect,
no.
You want to say it?
That's
go ahead. Just
kooky talk.
Repeat the word you just said.
That's kooky talk.
And no,
it's lunacy.
We praise the
All
beast,
praise.
Nathan Eovaldi's gem, as part of Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The set by Eovaldi, the 2-2 delivery, and a bouncy ball hit the first. Berger's got it. Underhands to Eovaldi, and the ball game's over. Nathan with his third career shutout. He has blanked the Reds in Cincinnati 1-0.
That's another thing I may propose at 9:20. Maybe get rid of the fist pump.
Why?
You mock it every day.
That's not me mocking. That's the way I fist pump.
Age demographic. Jersey Shore's lame now. I don't know. I never get a text or tweet saying, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm not, I don't know. Firehouse, 9 a.m. Maybe we judge it next time. I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Throwing things against the wall.
We'll go to the Firehouse. We'll do it. And then we'll just see if people join in without, you can't tell them to join in.
Yeah. Exactly. Yesterday on your home for Rangers baseball, Nathan Eovaldi responded. I bet on him because of Kevin Hagelin's underdog, and I knew he would come out strong. I did not know that he was going to throw the first complete game shutout of the Major League Baseball season. 8 strikeouts, no walks on 99 pitches. He was masterful. Wyatt Langford providing the solo home run. Rangers get the W, and they'll finish up in Cincinnati today at 11 a.m. on this station.
Yep. The only thing you'd like to see now is them to get the bats going a little bit because, you know, of the, I guess, six starts they've made, 4 of them have been pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Like, really good. And you would just like to see the bats come alive a little bit. Other than that, like, he was masterful yesterday.
I was going to bet on Seager yesterday because I'm like, it's coming. When's it going to wake up? Bassick highlighted a pitch. He goes, when he's on, that's a home run. He wants to have that back. But Corey so far, 176 on the season. No home runs, no runs batted in. The OPS is 440.
Yeah, it's so early. I mean, some guy, I mean, you were looking at, and you know, the crummy thing is that this time of year, everything gets magnified.
Yeah.
The Braves are 0-6. Okay? If they had lost 6 straight games in July, nobody even bats an eye at it, right? But the fact that you start 0-6, you're still waiting for that first win. You're maybe pressing a little bit. You start off slow. If you go into a 3-for-30 slump in August, nobody cares. You go to a 3-for-30 slump to start the year, your batting average stinks. You feel like you can never crawl out of that hole.
Yeah.
So it just magnifies things a little bit. And the reverse with Eovaldi, I mean, he started out so hot. And this is going to carry with him for a while, right? You know, even if he has a bad start, like everyone's going to carry the first couple of starts. Just mentally, it's a perception that will carry through that. And he has deserved all the accolades that he has gotten over the first 2 starts because he has been, the best. I mean, find me a pitcher who has been better than him.
12 pitchers in Major League Baseball have made at least 2 starts this season. And Nathan Eovaldi is the only one of the 12 who has not walked a batter yet this year. He's been fantastic. 17 strikeouts to 0 walks through 2 starts.
That's a pretty good strikeout to walk ratio.
7 hits allowed in 15 innings. He's been just masterful.
And now with, also they needed this because of the night before. Because the bullpen had to come out and throw, 6 innings. And then when you factor in the Malle outing from over the weekend where the bullpen had to throw 7 1/3 innings, you're talking about 13 innings thrown in just 2 games. Also, DeGrom did not go deep, and Leiter didn't go deep because that was by design because they weren't going to go more than 5 innings.
And Leiter will have start number 2 today.
We'll see. We'll see what he has, if he has the same kind of stuff.
You find any of these odds that I showed you to bet on that you liked?
I didn't love them. I didn't think the odds were good enough to go with, but
I'm thinking maybe first inning strikeout, but we'll see. I need to put my phone down maybe for a day and not gamble.
No?
Yeah.
How many days in a row are you on?
Probably like 3.
Okay.
But also the weekend.
Yeah.
With the tournament games, Lucas screwed me. He screwed me over. No wonder Nico got rid of his ass. But man, it makes watching a baseball game so much more fun.
Much better. So much better. And I had a little action, a little juice last night. The individual team totals. I love those. You get those first hit of the game ones. That's where you get a little squirrely.
Yeah.
Have you gambled more in the last month than you had your life before that? Because it seems like I have never known you walking on a show to gamble.
I got in a bad. I was seeing my wife is in the car. This is before her.
This is before her.
But Choppy remembers. I mean, I wasn't getting any juice out of $50 here. I mean, I was like 500, and parlays and tying them together. It was during the Patriots run, so it was a while back. But then I'm trying to play catch up. I lost. You lose in the night. You try to make it up in the second half, further in the hole, and I need to be done with this.
Gotta be done. You gotta have a filter. You gotta know when to say when.
And it's when that baseball bat came for Sean's knees that he's like, I'm in too deep.
That's right.
You got to you start to get in trouble. You start to chase.
Yes.
You see you got 4 or 5 games going that day, and you lose the first one. You see you're going to lose it, and you chase. You bet the second half or whatever. Now, take your loss and go to the next
Then
game.
my gambling just went to the stock market, and that's turned out wonderful. Diamond Cavs with RJ Choppy on the home of the Rangers.
This is a sad one. We talked about this last week when you were out, but they think they know how Brett Gardner's son died, Bobby.
Oh, gosh.
They believe it was carbon monoxide poisoning. Their room was next to a maintenance room, and the maintenance room had a malfunction to it, and they believe the authorities are saying he had elevated carbon monoxide in his system.
Lawsuit.
The entire family could have died here. Now, the resort is saying that there is no carbon monoxide in the room, that they tested it. They found none of that in the room. But holy cow, I mean, this thing keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
Get that carbon monoxide detector, DFW security. I had to add that.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, what if a kid goes by and knocks the gas stove on? It's click, 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 click. You're not home or you're overnight. And just any type of gas anywhere, get that security detection, that notification.
That's that would make some sense, I guess, is when you talk about a 14-year-old, you just wake up and you're like, your 14-year-old's passed away. That would be an easy explanation for it. But the weird thing is just how everybody else was sick. Before that, because weren't they sick before they had gone to bed that night?
And I wonder, was his room next to it? They were all sick because they were all breathing it in. It made him nauseated, but he got the room that may have been close to it. His room was adjacent to the mechanical room, and they found high levels of carbon monoxide contamination, according to early tests. You're right, man. That is a lawsuit. I thought they were the best fans in baseball. That's what I thought. I have heard over and over and over again. at the St. Louis Cardinals, the Middle American miscreants, as I call them. They are having record low attendance. But I thought they were the best fans ever. They supported their team through thick and thin. They didn't boo. Well, last year, they had the worst attendance since the new stadium opened. And this year, they are already at it again. They had the lowest announced attendance ever in the history of Busch Stadium.
Wow.
Look at that. You Cardinal fans.
How bad are they supposed to be?
They're not great at all. They're not. I mean, I'm trying to think of last year. I thought they were like close to 500 last year. They finished 83 and 79 last year.
Yeah, they finished 10 games back in the Central.
Yeah, and so that's not that bad. And this year they're in first place. But their fans, these great Cardinal fans, they're not happy with just winning 3 out of every 5 games. A 60%, 600 winning percentage isn't good enough for them, and they had their lowest announced attendance ever at Busch Stadium.
I wonder why.
I think they're just not happy with the ownership. They're not spending. They're still playing competitive baseball.
Yeah.
It's not like they're a bad franchise.
I mean, we're 30 years removed from the Ozzy bump. People are just, they're no longer getting that pull.
Because I think of them like a Green Bay Packer fan base. They're always just going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers, Cardinals, it's ingrained. San Francisco Giants, maybe.
Right.
They're just going to be there and show up. Not happening.
Especially because they don't have a basketball team. They lost their football team. That's what they're about, is their baseball team.
And it's not even miserable weather yet. They're in St. Louis. It's coming.
It's coming.
But right now it's 74, 70 degrees.
They have 2 losing seasons since 2000. And they had the lowest crowd in Busch Stadium history.
That's a shame.
Speaking of a shame, it is a shame what they are doing with the Sacramento/Oakland A's.
This is funny.
Light the beam.
So they are playing their games in Sacramento because they have left Oakland. They are moving to Vegas, we think. I'm not sure. I'll believe it when I see it. But they're playing a couple of years, at least 2, probably 3, in Sacramento. So what is going on here? Well, they had a little makeshift shed that I'm sure that some hardware store erected for them the day before. That's what they're going to do all their press conferences. I hope it's air conditioned because it's about 100 degrees in Sacramento in the middle of summer. But you see these poor Chicago Cub players in the middle of innings having to do the jog, walk, sprint of shame to left field to use the toilet.
Oh.
Like you knew all off season that you were going to go and you were going to be playing games in a minor league baseball park. You knew all off season.
Yeah.
Could you not have erected a porta potty there? I mean, put something. Could you not have built a bathroom?
So they're running across the field?
Yeah. So the visiting team, the way it is at this stadium, the visiting team is on the first base dugout. So they've got to run to left field. Left field is where their clubhouses are. So there's no bathroom in the dugout. They've got to run to left field to poop.
By the way, can I just say how much I hate road team on the first base side? I don't like when you split the dugout like that. It doesn't feel natural.
Did you see the UFC fighter the other night? The woman in the corner going, I have to poop. They're like, 5 minutes, and you can go. You got one more round.
You mean Lupe Godinez?
You do poop. Doing amazing. You got one more round. You got 5 minutes. You do this all day. Here's your mouth guard. You do this all day. 5 minutes. You can kill it in 5 minutes. Okay. You got 5 minutes left. Be smart.
Nah, I couldn't imagine the worst thing.
Belly shots. That's all you need to do. Just kick to the gut with her the rest of the fight, and you're going to win.
Yeah. There was a UFC girl who did do that in the middle of the ring. Not too long ago. I need to poop. Not too long ago, she did it in the middle of the ring. Like she got choked out and lost all control of her bodily functions. But I mean, these poor players. I mean, make them a bathroom. You had all off season. Make them a bathroom there. How long is that? Does it take a weekend?
I'd still rather run across the field and let everyone know what I'm doing than go in a porta potty if it's not number one. I can't. I never have and never will.
What about the ones the Cowboys have at Oxnard? Those like more luxurious porta potties. That I could go in.
Yes.
The problem with that is there's no water in the toilet.
Oh, it's disgusting.
I don't know.
It's a dry flush.
It's a dry flush, and you get it's a round bowl. I need an oblong comfort size, man. I need an oblong bowl.
Have you ever made contact with a porta potty seat?
No,
I did the hover.
You do the hover.
You got to do the hover.
All right.
You got to do the hover.
It's like you're Jonah Heimbeck.
I mean, I walk in there and I have to go one, because if I went two, I have to hold my breath the entire time I'm in a porta potty. So I
had to do that with you today.
I can hold my breath long enough when I go that's fine. But the second one, no, I couldn't. I couldn't hold my breath that long.
It's a long time.
And then you know what I also have? I'm engaging in way too much disgusting talk that I normally don't like. Bobby was in the restroom, and I was in there just holding my breath because I didn't even want to risk it. But then, I always have a fear when I walk out in the hallway, the first breath that I take, I'm like, is it caught? Is it caught in my nostrils? Is it still in my system?
Now you know why I won't shower.
And you
I
can't.
I need 2 hours for it to clear.
And you can't breathe through your mouth because you taste it.
Oh!
Gross.
Diamond calves. Oh, with only the way RJ Choppy can do it. On your home of the Rangers, Jack Leiter, start number 2 on the mound today. 11 a.m. pregame. The KNC Masterpiece will get you right there. We let the Tolos be brutally honest about the show. We listen to your feedback and suggestions next.
After we get...
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I enjoyed Boston. You should take the train instead of the Uber. It's way cheaper. Save some cash.
I'll be a Saudi out there. I'll be in the South in Boston.
Saudi? I think it's a Southie.
Oh my God!
I don't think it's called a Saudi.
Saudi?
Show and review. We got to look in the mirror every year.
Yeah.
Bobby Belt does the homework. Props to Roberto. All the little things, all the small things, like the Ben Wallace of the morning show, doing the dirty work, cleaning up the glass here on Sean and RJ. It's our third annual morning show review with the Tolo listener survey. We did part 1 at 8 a.m. and here is part 2. Actually, you know what? I do want to say something. This is really, really serious. I'm not going to say his full name because of sensitivity, but Tolo Bryan at 8:05 this morning sent me a DM. Please keep my family in your prayers. Found out yesterday my younger sister took her own life yesterday morning. Tolo family can get me through anything, though. So I'm not going to say his full name, but thinking of you, Brian. Awful. Wow. Obviously
That's
awful.
terrible.
Hard to come up with any words for that.
That's terrible. Thinking about you, Brian. Okay, so this survey that we do, we reach out, and basically you guys have the opportunity, whether you go through the Facebook page or in some instances, some of you requested the link directly. I sent it to you. Or if you subscribe to the mail out feature that we have, then you got this directly in your inbox. So we continue to get responses to it. But I started tallying the data when we got to 107 responses to the survey, where we ask you just various things about the show, things you like, things you don't like. And now we get to the part of the survey that touched on the sports/teams that the listeners don't want covered.
And I'll recap the first half real quick. Ask Reddit, favorite segment, Tuesdays, 7:40. Maybe we do that twice in a show or a second day.
Or the whole expressway.
Or the whole, that's a long time. Below the Belt and the Payload, getting some high marks.
Yeah,
and
baby.
the Payload was created because of last year's listener survey. Maybe we give Peyton another segment so he can, see Alec Medford in the distance instead of just being separate rooms.
Yeah, right now, he's past the curvature of the earth, if you believe in that sort of thing.
Thinking about Below the Belt at 9 a.m. instead of 8:40. We need to keep you out of work as long as possible. Neighborhood Watch, Thursday, 7:40. Maybe a little questionable. And a sports to lifestyle split of 75-25. Those were the main takeaways I had from part 1.
Yeah, pretty much. That pretty much covers all of it. Now, on the sports/teams listeners don't want covered, there were 107 responses, and I'm going to count up. Okay, so tied for 5th place was soccer/the Cowboys.
This is what they want to hear the most?
This is what they don't want to hear. 6 people gave that answer for those. Because, you're going to have 6 people just go, I'm tired of the Cowboys, I don't want to hear them.
Yeah. I've been tired of the Cowboys the past 2 weeks.
Tied for 3rd with 7 replies was non-local stuff and the WNBA. 2nd is the Stars with 8 votes out of 107. And then 1st, number 1, running away. 2nd was the Stars with 8. Number 1 with 32 votes, the Dallas Mavericks. Wow. There was a lot of stuff in here about, these were some of the replies we got. Jeff in Fort Worth, Mavs now that they are absolute trash, bleep Nico. Rodney and Pert, Mavs unless it's more misery. Wes and Fate, fire Nico. Susan in North Richland Hills, right now Mavs, fire Nico. We got a lot of fire Nico in the survey responses. People are clearly pissed at the Dallas Mavericks right now.
Rightfully so.
But what do we do about that? Like, my plan, and I try to listen to a lot of this and even make changes and adjustments to the show off of it. My plan was to watch the NBA playoffs because of Luka. Is that going to cause more bitterness, more angst? Do we not talk about what the team looks like with Anthony Davis? The continuous mistakes that Dumont and Nico make PR-wise? Like, you can't not talk hockey and basketball with the Cowboys not playing and middling.
You had over 50% that did want stars. There was a big increase in stars. I think people understand we've got to reference Mavs. I think what they're saying is I don't want entire segments on the Mavs right now, just until they get past I'm I'm angry at them right now.
Yeah.
And like I said, a lot of it was no
That's
Mavs.
gonna be next season too.
No
And
Mavs
probably after that.
And the problem the Mavs put themselves in, and then I think the fans are reflecting this. Nothing. Why am I investing in them right now? Why would I emotionally invest in the Dallas Mavericks? Anthony Davis is not going to be here that long. Kyrie Irving is not going to be here that long. Why would I invest? Why would I emotionally invest in something? Fans, we have reached a point in the world where like time is of the essence, and what you decide you're going to put your money and your energy to, the threshold's higher now. And so why would I invest in the Mavericks if I was a fan?
Yeah, and I think
we had to cover the Luka trade.
Yeah, you got to cover the trade, no doubt. Individual games at this point. Do you cover the NBA Finals?
Do we talk about the Lakers? Was that too bitter to the same category?
I think it's difficult for them to hear.
I mean, a lot of people. I think I think a lot of what this says is they don't want the Mavs celebrated right now. Is what they don't want. They don't want to talk about like everything's all cool. Like, oh, how let's do a segment on how good is Max Christie. Like they don't care right now with that. That's I think where they're at with some of the responses that we got on this. But that was the runaway winner in this one. There's a lot of angry Mavericks fans. In fact, right now, if you combine the responses that said Stars, Cowboys, and Rangers, those answers total equal up to half of the number of people that said Mavericks. So not a great thing. All right,
Jake Rietma, get ready.
What is your favorite thing about the show? And listeners could provide multiple answers. It was not multiple choice. They just were given a box where they could fill it out. Okay. So these are kind of summaries of what they had to say. 101 replies on this one. Number one answer was chemistry. 45% said chemistry. Mark said it's the chemistry. I went through a dark patch a few years ago. You guys literally gave me a reason to wake up every day. Wanted to hear what you were going to say. I'll always be one of your biggest fans. Love y'all. Edgar in Cedar Hill said they make me all feel like family. All of them are amazing. You had Jordan in Dayton, Ohio. He said, I like the camaraderie between the guys. It feels like the conversations I would have sitting around with my friends. Number two on this was banter. So when we go back and forth, tied for third was personalities, like the individual personalities, and then the personal, relatable aspect of it. And then in fifth place, it was the jokes / humor. And so a lot of people saying, oh, you guys crack me up. Katie in Queens said the humor and personalities of everyone on the show. Some sports radio is so dry and the hosts are annoying. I feel like I'm entertained. Know you guys and get a lot of info all rolled into one show.
You're appreciated.
You're appreciated. All right, now the one that's going to sting. What is your least favorite thing about the show? And again, listeners could provide multiple answers. 82 replies on this. 36 gave a unique answer. 36 of these, so there was no crossover. They just gave something that was really specific. There was one runaway number one winner. Hosts missing / show impact when someone's missing.
Oh.
So here's some of what we got here. Ricky in Mansfield said,
my daughter's fault.
The massive amount of days off, there's no more chemistry. In fact, Ricky went on in his general feedback a little bit later on to say, been listening since day one, back before Sean and RJ began, been through different add-ons to the show, from Jasmine to Roy, and it's always been a fun show. Lately, it's been the opposite. Y'all are taking more time off than you're actually there. It's not enjoyable or fun no more. So that was a little brutal from Ricky.
So this is an all-time great, really nerdy sports radio entertainment discussion. What do? Do you have everyone take off? You either have everyone take off the same weeks, or you try to keep 2/3 of the team there.
2/3.
So it's not too much of a change. To me, it's an all-time great. If you go to a broadcast convention, I would bring this up as an all-time great sports radio debate. What do? Have everyone out, or have 2 of the 3 or 3 of the 4 there so that there's still some semblance of normalcy?
Yeah.
It's a great topic.
The issue with like the everyone out at the same time is like at Christmas you could do it. Everybody wants to have a Christmas time. Everybody's vacations in the summer are different. Like my vacations in the summer are based around
we would have
baseball.
to base ours on RJ's honeymoon.
My honeymoon, or like in the summer, like the baseball.
Yeah,
when my kids are playing baseball when they're not. or when you have a child.
Yeah, right.
Or when Bobby decides to talk to his family for 3 days.
Yeah.
And go to Arkansas.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So, like, it's just difficult.
Jake in Kinston said, when one of the three hosts are out, it feels like it did when one of your friends was absent from school one day.
Oh.
John in Odessa said, how one of the four guys is always off. I find it rare when all four of you are present lately. So that's it. I get it. That was the overwhelming answer, though, in the thing you don't like. Also in here, Bobby's Dak love got 3 votes. Michael in Colleyville said, Bobby and his dig-in Dak takes. He's gotten better for sure. He's growing on me, but man, he was insufferable at the beginning.
Yeah, move on.
Preach, Mike.
We got
move on.
We got 3 people who said the 5:30 segment going away was something they didn't like.
Well,
Billy,
that's never coming back, so get over that.
I'm sorry, it's coming back for one day.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
yeah, there is that. And here you go. 2 people.
2 people.
Sean beating up on Bobby. You beat up on me, Sean. Roxanne in Mansfield says, whenever Sean beats up on Bobby.
Roxanne?
Yeah, Roxanne. She said, but then again, I don't like when my own children beat up on each other. So
Yeah.
there is that.
And was there another comment about it?
About that specific one? They're not in the little summary I made. It's all in the big results, but that was the one that I pulled over there.
Part of it's intentional to where you can't tell, but I go back and forth with Bobby because I can go back and forth with Bob. But I consider we have like a sibling relationship.
Yeah.
Bobby's my guy. All right, I don't punch in the freaking face. So when we do take it to like higher and higher and higher and higher and higher levels, Choppy, you can attest to it. It's not really serious.
Look, even when Sean and I used to fight back in the old days, it never carried over into the break.
It doesn't carry over, but when I'm yelling at Bobby, like I even view it as less harmful as like if I yell at you. Like, yeah, we have like a 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10 sensitivity level with it, but with Bobby, it's like I know it's hard to explain.
I egg it on. I like it. I like when I can draw you off sides. I like the hard count. That was a response from like 3 people.
I also want to yell at Bobby more because I know that so many more dislike Bobby.
People dislike Bobby a lot.
That's okay. Maybe these numbers didn't show that if we dig in a little bit. We also got 3 responses that said caller segments. They just don't like whenever we go to full segments that are listener calls. So that's some of the stuff there. General feedback. Number 1, these are summaries of things they had to say. Number 1 was keep up the great work. 2 was y'all are awesome. 3, love the show. 4th with 7 responses. Out of the 107, 7 people gave across the idea, we want more Peyton. Peyton's great.
7
Give us more Peyton.
7 smartest people in the world.
And then
did anybody say they want more Alec?
No.
Wrong show.
Okay. There was not no Alec on there at all.
See, there you go, Peyton.
Just behind that, though, with 5 people, they still bring this up. There were 5 people who said, bring back life hacks. That was their general feedback was we want life hacks back. We got 5 of that. Under the favorite segment, there were 3 people who said, I know it's gone, but life hacks is still my favorite segment. So people love it. Peyton got it canceled.
You know,
we can bring back semi-ethical.
I honestly don't think it's that big a deal. I don't remember why it got originally canceled.
I do.
I do.
We can maybe do, was it Peyton's fault?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can maybe do Friday life hacks at 7:40. And we'll figure out maybe how to play around with a second Peyton segment.
It wasn't.
How's Peyton going to be the winner of this 2 years in a row?
Well, I mean, he was tied for the least favorite segment. So
people like underdog story. They like the underdog. He's Cinderella. He's Caitlin Clark.
I did not like when he said when we got the feedback on here that said when one of the 4 hosts is missing.
Yeah, you're not a host.
Whoa,
what is that?
I host at 6:40 on Thursdays.
Yeah, and then you don't work the rest of the week from there.
Yeah, there you go. It's Dwight Powell.
One of the stars with the Mavs stars.
Thank you all for the participation. Send us any extra feedback or copying and pasting the text to put in an email for us all to go over as well. We need to pick up this 9 to 10, so we need to figure out how to get you out of work leading into the KNC Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ. Let's crosstalk with the fellows before Ranger Baseball after this.
Coming up in the next...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaked me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
oddities than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Signed as an undrafted player. There's a swing and there's a high drive by Langford to deep left. Dunn is back at the wall. He's looking up, and that ball is history. In the first row above the 12-foot high wall in straightaway left field. And the Rangers take a 1-0 lead on a towering home run by Wyatt Langford.
The only run support that Nathan Eovaldi would need here on your home for Rangers baseball. 11 o'clock pregame this morning for Jack Leiter's second start in Cincinnati. We crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece. Good morning, Corey Majors. What could be coming up?
Dude, this is the biggest hour of the day. Honestly, I mean, dead serious. This is going to be great content right here. Well, I mean, it is what it is, Sean.
Oh my God.
At 10 o'clock, Kevin asked the question yesterday.
All of a sudden.
Hey, at 10 o'clock, Kevin asked the question yesterday to Bochy, and Bochy said, you know what? Nate Eovaldi, go out there and pitch a shutout. So we'll play the audio from what Bochy said. It's exactly what he said.
Really?
He told him to.
That's the goal every day.
Yeah, and so
Every
we did
start,
that.
right?
We do that at 10.
Do you think they still say that in the clubhouse?
I think the goal every start for a pitcher is to pitch shutout.
Or no hitter.
Wait,
Perfect game.
Yeah.
Perfect game, yeah. That's the goal. You don't want to give up anything.
So wait, Bochy said that yesterday?
Tuesday,
and y'all are going to play it again today? So you're replaying a segment, Hagee.
I can replay the whole thing if you want.
Well,
that's Corey's idea, not my idea. That's not my idea.
I'm surprised y'all didn't use the audio from our show that we had with Bochy, where we played, and he was like, "Yeah, he's going to go out there and pitch a no hitter." Basically,
Peyton didn't put it on the cut sheet, so he must not have found it worthy.
Oh, okay.
He has Alec blocked, so he doesn't get any of his emails.
Are you guys having a condiment fight?
Yeah,
we were.
Yeah.
So somebody on TikTok, I saw this one last night, and it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. He was like, I'm with a bunch of idiots at lunch right now who are trying to tell me chocolate syrup is a condiment. They're like, it is. And he goes, no, it's not. And that's, I didn't know I was sitting here having lunch with Willy Wonka and the Oompa Loompas. No, it's not. And I agree. Chocolate syrup is not a condiment. And now Choppy's trying to argue it might be.
I'm not. I don't have a hot take on it either way. I think it is. I mean,
think it is,
goes
too.
on a food.
Give me 3 examples of condiments. How do you define condiment?
Let me define condiment real quick.
Now, according to
Wikipedia,
a condiment is a preparation added to food, typically after cooking, to enhance flavor, complement a dish, or impart a specific taste, such as sweetness, pungency, or sharpness.
So on a like a sundae or whatever,
right?
If I put little peanut crumbles on it, peanuts are a condiment.
Yes.
In that instance, like chocolate sprinkles are a condiment.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Now on the Wikipedia page under chocolate syrup, it says it is a sweet chocolate flavored condiment.
It's not a condiment. Condiments are not for dessert. Condiments are only like savory things, not sweet.
Cherries?
No.
Like sprinkles, though. That's the best example.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a condiment. I call it a topping. There's a difference. I think toppings and condiments are different.
Toppings and condiments.
Give me your top 3. Give me your top 3 condiments.
I would be willing to change my.
I want to hear what your definition is.
Like the 3 that when I think of what a condiment is, what are the 3 that ketchup, mustard, mayo?
So there's 3 condiments.
No, he said name me 3.
Okay, but so it has to go on a burger or a hot dog.
Barbecue sauce.
If it is savory, it's a condiment. If it's sweet, it's a topping.
Okay, so like onions, like sprinkled on would be a topping.
Yeah.
So you don't think when you go to breakfast, you get waffles.
Mm-hmm.
The syrup there is not a condiment.
No, it's a topping.
No, but it's on the table.
It's next to the condiments.
It's on the table.
It's the sweet equivalent of ketchup.
If it's on the table when you arrive at the restaurant,
whipped cream.
That's a condiment.
Is whipped cream a condiment?
I mean, I don't just put whipped cream on food.
See, I think
that actually is considered a topping.
I think whipped cream's more of a topping.
Yeah, whipped cream's a topping.
Those topping on Ali Larder
pizza.
Kevin?
Yeah, baby. That's right.
Top 2 Val Kilmer moments, who passed away last night.
I mean, you got to say Top Gun, right?
I mean, it was a very erotic scene, yes.
It can't be the second one.
It's not as erotic as...
Pretty erotic.
It is erotic. Look.
What?
He was amazing in the second one.
He wasn't even him talking, Bobby told me. He was there for a second.
What?
They propped him up.
Okay,
had the AI talk.
Quick question, though. What is a more erotic scene?
What?
The volleyball scene in Top Gun
or the running scene in Rocky 3.
Oh, they're hugging.
And and they
water.
splash in the water together in their shorty shorts and stuff.
You know, I feel that shirtless with jeans on is a little bit more erotic than.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Than a couple of guys who were just.
Where does the tent scene in Brokeback Mountain stack up with those?
It's Tombstone. It's Tombstone and Willow. All right, those are the two
Willow.
best. Yeah, those are the two best versions of Val Kilmer.
I would say Top Gun and Tombstone.
Okay, I didn't know Willow.
I remember Willow.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of his version of Jim Morrison and the Doors.
Yeah.
You know,
'Cause he
honestly,
looks so
I don't
much
know
like
if I've
him.
ever seen that movie.
True Romance was a great movie.
Are you
that is a good movie.
Are you crapping on his Batman?
No, I
love the one with nipples.
He's fourth.
No, that was.
Was
did
that
they have
Clooney?
nipples in the third one? I thought that was Clooney that had
I
the
can't
nipples on the
remember.
bat suit. Look, Joel Schumacher decided to go in a totally different direction. I think Batman Forever is criminally underrated.
Yeah, it's a good
sure.
one.
Batman and Robin is trash, but Batman Forever is solid.
The bat nipples are the rubber nipples that appeared on the bat suit in 1995, Batman Forever,
right.
and
Okay.
Batman and
There you
Robin,
go.
1997.
like
The
we knew
choice
that drop.
became one of both ridicule and fascination. Count RJ and fascination.
Yeah. I thought he was solid
Yeah.
as Batman.
Roger Ebert called him the most criminally underrated leading man of the 90s.
Ooh.
Interesting.
He had-
Kind
he
of
got-
the 80s, too, because he did like Real Genius and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Who else could be in the underrated 90s category?
See, I don't know. I guess a lot of the stuff I think of with Val Kilmer in it, I don't think of him as lead. Top Gun, he was not the lead. Tombstone, it was kind of an ensemble thing. He was in Heat. He was not the lead in Heat.
Oh, man. Heat is a badass movie. I'm
Yeah, it
changing
is.
my vote from Tombstone to Heat. That movie rules.
You know who they found he's been underrated as time went on because he was really good in a movie a couple years ago where he became an overweight dude. Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser. Yeah.
Brendan
I was just
Fraser.
about to
God,
drop
that
it.
movie was gross.
The Whale?
The
I never
Whale?
saw it.
I never saw it. The Mummy. I love the Mummy movies. They're
Yeah,
great.
they were great.
They're so good.
I can't help it. Look,
Terrible.
If there's some,
they're so
if there's
good.
some
Oh, I love
discovery
them.
you make, and then some scientists
Yeah.
or museum people need like 15 minutes to explain what's going on,
Yeah.
I'm probably in on your
Zach
movie.
Wilczuk is weighing in. You know, this is basically Zach's role in his show, Top 10 Lists. So he says, I love this debate. Chocolate syrup is absolutely a condiment.
There we go.
A topping or add-on is a condiment. What is the difference? Mustard is a topping on a burger or a hot dog. Bobby.
Okay, yeah. Let's all go. What's your favorite pizza condiment? You guys weigh in now on the fan text.
Parmesan.
Or red pepper flakes.
Yeah, red pepper flakes.
In your mouth.
Ranch.
Literally.
And I guess, if you have the marinara sauce to dip, I mean, that's a condiment there.
Yeah, it's like Detroit style pizza. That's a condiment. The sauce at that point. Yeah.
What?
What you just said about
In your mouth?
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought that was very humorous.
Yeah, this has been a very Rocky 3 segment for Sean, talking about the in the mouth. And then what was the other thing you were saying a few minutes ago about nuts or something, I think?
So our Twitter debate we're having with Atolo right now, who is more recognizable just looking at them? Micah Parsons or Justin Jefferson?
Helmet off, no jersey.
Justin Jefferson.
You think more
No,
fans,
really?
more
No
NFL
chance.
fans would recognize him?
I've seen him more. Like I see him a lot, and I'm just like, I know exactly who he is all the time. Yeah.
If he
for
walked
me.
in here, I'd give him a cookie. I'd be like, who's this skinny dude?
I don't
What
know
about a
his name.
condiment?
If he walked in here though, he's probably wearing some weird glasses and got a huge grill. Like you're gonna,
So
you're
you
gonna
watch
notice
Netflix,
him.
I think.
I did watch The Receiver. Yes.
What do you
I was
think?
going to say Micah.
And also, y'all are all local. Well, I mean, that makes sense. You're trying to, appease to the local audience. I get it. I heard the survey.
Like you've never done that one.
All right, give me your top takeaway from the Tolo survey, Corey.
75% sports is what we do on this station, and that's what they want. They want 75% sports and 25% lifestyle.
Agreed. That
And
is
the
a very good
stars, I think part of the reason you guys have had, besides Bassick leaving and a surge in ratings, is more stars coverage. They want more stars than Mavericks.
I mean, but look, but that makes sense in this
right
moment.
now.
I'm
Yeah.
not
One's
saying that'll
relevant.
make sense next season or whatever. Like, I have no idea how it's going to go. But this is the team that right now you're like, they could do it. Like, they could win it all. Now, hopefully the Rangers can too, but we're a really long way away from that.
Yeah.
What about a second segment for Peyton Russell?
Did that get approved?
Sounds like
No, it
the
hasn't been
20-year-olds
approved.
want that,
It's
right?
being contemplated. What'd you say, Corey?
The 20-year-olds want that? Is that what I was gathering? Is they like him?
So
Yeah,
25 to 30.
he's generally
Someone texted and said the 7 voting against it was the foreigners.
He said he was going to be a Saudi.
If you're a true listener, no, gather the foreigners.
Oh, yeah.
If you're a true listener, you know the joke. It can't be offensive.
I'll support
Gather
this
the
segment
foreigners.
if you do the right thing this time and call it WrestleMania.
Well, see,
I'm not a wrestling guy, though. I don't care about wrestling. So
see, here's
I'm out.
here's
Wow.
the,
And would it be a sports or more lifestyle?
That's it.
That's the conundrum.
he's already got his payload segment, which is kind of lifestyle off the wall. If he gets another one, should it be sports? And if so, then what do you call it?
Ken Payton Sports.
pay time.
Pay time.
Alex,
No.
Alex are all sport. How's it?
No, it's a mix.
Yeah. Okay.
But every one of them is a pretty good mix. You got question of the day, then there's usually some sports audio.
Did Spittle pull that comparison yet? Did we get the numbers?
No, we have not.
On Alec versus Peyton?
I don't think so.
Hey,
Oh,
Peyton, how about
man.
first Pate? If it's your sports segment.
First Pate?
Mhm.
No, man, we're not
Pate.
going to mimic. We're not going to mimic ESPN on that.
No, we did. We referenced payload. There's got to be some play on words with Peyton or Russell.
Is
I feel like.
Payload off ESPN?
No, I'm just saying in general, we got to find some sort of play on words with something.
Yeah, and not ESPN. Listen to what I said. You're like, but we did the Payload, which is in no way affiliated with ESPN.
He listens to the beaten up thing and then he doesn't. He doesn't listen. You hear that, Tolos? He's not listening to your feedback about stop beating up on me.
All right. Enjoy Rangers baseball. Jack Leiter, second start. I know Kevin and Corey are going to be enjoying
I got a great
it.
question for you once we get a break, too.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Dude, why are you doing that? Why do you, like now the listeners are like, what do they want to do?
Do you want me to ask that question on air?
I do.
In the next segment.
I want to hear it on there.
Just ask it.
Just ask it.
You don't
We're
want.
here.
What's
no,
it have to do with
Is it
it?
the one you asked G-Bag yesterday?
Yes.
No, don't let him do this.
That
on
is
air.
absolutely
Do not.
right.
I think
The KNC Masterpiece next on the Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in any of our conversations. We're going to try to move quickly. My plan is see if we can cram 2 segments into every regular 1 segment because our show is only an hour long today. Do you think we can do it, Corey?
Yeah, hell yeah, we can, Kevin.
Okay.
I know how to do this.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, I'm so excited about today's show, not just because it's 1 hour. Like, that's not just the reason that I'm excited about it. I'm very excited about it because some great things have happened in sports, and we get to talk about them today.
All right, well, then logically, the number 1 thing that we're going to start with, give me cut number 2 and Nathan Eovaldi.
The 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got him with the splitter. That's 8 strikeouts through 6 for Nathan Eovaldi.
Now, he was phenomenal, and it's really funny. If you go back to that first game, I know it get lost in the result and obviously Garrett Crochet, but he was excellent, Nate, in the first game as well. And so this is a hell of a start for him.
Oh, yeah, and what do you think that Kumar Rocker is thinking as Nate Eovaldi is wrapping that game up? If you're Kumar Rocker and you just had a tough outing the way you did in Cincinnati, and then the dude who is like the ace on your team, I know DeGrom is the best pitcher on the planet, right? Like that's what he is. Nate Eovaldi is the best pitcher on your team because he's done it for 3 years. He won you a World Series. He's the guy you trust to go out there and give you the Colby Lewis type bulldog mentality. We're gonna win today. Don't worry about it. Just trust me, guys. And if I'm Rocker, I'm sitting there going, I have to go back and rewatch every pitch of this game because I want to know what he did. And what he did yesterday, he executed pitches. He took a great plan into the game. It was different. What did he do in the first game? He threw a curveball a lot.
Yes.
He threw his curveball because he knew Boston was looking curveball. Yesterday, throwing that splitter, just killing them. And even that Ellie De La Cruz looked clueless. He was like, I don't know how to hit this guy today. It was awesome to watch Eovaldi get up on the mound and dominate the way that he did yesterday.
Thank you very much from the 972. That was the Rangers' first win with Kevin in town. I feel like had they lost again yesterday, we would have had to figure something else out. And you know what? I know it's a problem, and I know we need to discuss it. We'll probably talk tomorrow. No, not about Mike Hurst on the Rangers. There is no such thing. But about where the heck's the offense?
Don't worry about that right now.
Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Because we got Jack Leiter getting on the mound. We're pretty much getting another shutout. So that's what I'm expecting out of today's game. I do want to, though, Kevin, since we're talking about your curse, we've seen how powerful it is.
No,
however,
I wanted to talk about the Maddox.
What I want to talk about, though, okay, we'll get to the Maddox in just a second. Alec, can you play? Yesterday, Kevin asked Bochy, he said, hey, look, the bullpen's kind of depleted. Can you tell us a little bit about, like, what's going on there? And this was Bochy's response.
Yeah, it does stretch it out a little bit. In fact, there wasn't a lot of strategy involved in the bullpen yesterday. We really had 2 guys that we could use, Church and Garabito, so that kind of limits the moves you can make when most of you guys have thrown 3 out of 4 games. But you know what? We got through it. Garabito, he gave up some runs, but he did what we need from a lone guy, and that's give us innings. Church, same way. We're sitting okay today. We have 6 guys who are available. But to your point, I never was big on having a day off after that first game. But the way you're lining up your starters for the season, you are kind of slow playing them today, and where they can't go too deep in the game, and so it does get stretched out not having that day off.
All right, so there it was, Kevin, him basically saying the stress of everything will not be felt because Eovaldi's getting on the mound and pitching a complete game shutout. That's basically what I heard there. Was we were stressed out. We got 6 available, but don't worry about it because Eovaldi's going to the bump.
And essentially, the question was, I know it's ridiculously early, but with no early day off, how stretched out is your bullpen with O'Malley and Rocker back-to-back short starts? And I'm really glad that I'm allowed
that, dude. You did that,
okay,
man.
yes.
You inspired. Basically, after that interview, Bochy went to Eovaldi, and Eovaldi was sitting there not looking at his phone. He was thinking about ways to inspire his teammates, probably. That's just how he is. And he walked in there and said, Nate, we're going to need 9 from you. And Nate was like, why is that? And he said, because Hagee's out there asking for it. And so then Nate said, you know what? I love the KNC Masterpiece. I always have. Whatever they need.
He does like us, and I appreciate that very much. This is, I promise, this is a serious question. Although somebody said we need to talk faster because we're not going to make it. Serious question. As well as he was dealing, do you think there's a little part of the Rangers that were like, hey, third time through the lineup or not, don't care. I'd much rather have him out there than take our chances with the bullpen?
Probably.
Because the bullpen's been a mixed decision thus far.
With one run and as few pitches as Eovaldi had at that point.
Yes.
With one run, he's like, look, you've seen all these guys. They haven't been able to really touch you at all today. So I don't want to, send a guy in there to give a 2-run home run up to because he's trying to find his groove. You're in the groove. So let's just go ahead and leave you there. And that was Randy Johnson, right? He would say, Lou Piniella would walk out there and say, you're better than anything I got in the bullpen right now. So keep doing what you're doing. So yes, Kevin, I think that they were looking at how he had done throughout the day. They didn't need the bullpen, and they ultimately didn't. And then when you're watching again, look at how that team, how excited they were for him. And he made it look, as he was walking off the field, he made it look like just another day at work. That's what I love about Eovaldi so much, is he looked like, you know what? We were just I just went out there and did what I'm supposed to do, and the guy's got a good show.
And that's what I thought about when we said, and like we've talked about this, Jacob deGrom could be the best pitcher on the planet, right?
Yep.
He's the Rangers' best pitcher in theory.
Yes.
Evo's the Rangers' best pitcher.
Yes, he is.
Yes. If you're telling me who's most likely to go out there, despite what we just saw, and throw like a no-hitter, obviously you're going to think it's deGrom, even though, wow, he got to 9 innings. That's amazing. But in reality, I need to win a game. Who do I want out there? It's Evo. And it was game 6. I'm not saying like, oh my God, you had to win this game. But it was nice having him go out there and knowing like, you're going to get it.
And it is a real treat to be able to watch him. Like, it really is a real treat to know that he's on the mound for you. And Rangers fans, considering our history of pitching and starting pitching in particular here as Rangers fans, we've gotten a few special moments from our pitching, a few special moments. But you feel like you're going to get some special things from at least those two guys a lot, maybe even Jack Leiter today. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But, Kevin, people are already starting to look at, man, if we get to playoffs and these two are healthy, we have the best 1-2. All we need is one of the third guys to step up and just give us some innings.
Or hopefully Gray comes back, Bradford comes back. You still have options. All right, now this is a fair point. Why set the bar so low? Let's aim for 3 segments within a segment. We'll see if we can make that happen. I want to stick with Evo for just another minute, though.
For sure.
He got what they call the Maddox yesterday, and that is a complete game of less than 100 pitches. I remember there's a complete game that Greg Maddux, I think, threw 74 pitches. It was the most absurd thing I'd ever seen. So he got 99 pitches. Rarer yet, a 1-0 Maddux. Consider this. There's only been 2 1-0 complete game shutouts with less than 100 pitches in the last 5 years.
Okay.
The last person to do it?
Nathan Eovaldi.
It was not.
Okay.
But it was the other pitcher who pitched well for us in 2023 as a starter. Jordan Montgomery, and this is when he was in St. Louis and before the Diamondbacks owner gave him the middle finger and he got hurt and it was a whole thing. And then what? Greg Maddux himself only did that 4 times in his career.
Really?
Where it was a 1-0 shutout, less than 100 pitches, complete game. And so this is impressive. And then I got one more for you. The Rangers have been here for 50 years. 53 years, right? 53 years is what I'm going to go with. This is only the 28th 1-0 complete game shutout in Rangers history. So this is something that happens maybe once about every 2 years, and obviously you got to think it's going to get rarer as we go further along. Like I didn't do the breakdown, but I'm willing to bet a big chunk of those are earlier in the history of the Rangers, and so this is awesome. And in 35 years of pitch tracking, this is the first Rangers 1-0 Maddux.
Really?
I love it. And so all of those other ones had been like combined shutouts and everything like that in the last 35 years, I guess I should say.
Did you see Jared Sandler's note?
I did not.
Eovaldi, the 7th pitcher in franchise history with a complete game shutout.
Okay.
needing less than 100 pitches.
Okay.
All right.
And so
do you know who the other ones are? This is going to be fun because you know all the pitchers.
Fergie Jenkins.
That's not one of them.
Nolan Ryan.
No. Wow. It's odd that it's not one of them.
I mean, that makes sense, right? Charlie Huff?
Nope. One of them frequently joins us on the show.
Derek Holland?
Derek Holland had it 3 times. He has the most out of all. The pitcher that got hurt all the time, but was really, really great for the Yankees and Dodgers at times.
Oh.
Because Color is his last name. Oh, Kevin Brown. Colby Lewis.
That's actually not who I was
Colby
guess.
Lewis, Kenny Rogers, Rick Helling, and Tewksbury. So that was the one.
Is that Bob?
Yeah, Bob Tewksbury. You might not have known that, but
I remember Bob Tewksbury.
So that's a really cool stat right
so
there.
it's not Fergie or Nolan or Charlie Huff. That is.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That is surprising.
And let's go ahead and squeeze in another segment within the segment, Kevin.
Okay.
If you like to know, Emiliano Teodo, 2 consecutive scoreless innings, hitless innings last night for the Rough Riders. Struck out 4, didn't issue a walk, topping out at a little over 100 miles an hour.
Did he only pitch 2 innings?
That's what it says.
Okay, I'm a little surprised by that. I guess they did use him in bullpen relief.
That's
in
how
the
you want to
bullpen
use
role
him,
in
right?
Spring training.
Well, I guess if they're still trying to figure out if he's a starter or not.
I've gone under the assumption, at least it feels like the Rangers have said, hey, we're going to use him as a starter. All right, let's try to segue to the next part. All right, is the Micah Parsons deal imminent? And if so, what are your thoughts, or are you just tired of talking about it? Because honestly, Alec, not going to lie, I probably fall in the second category. I'm like, do the deal, don't do the deal. Just be done with it. Same with Aaron Rodgers. Same with the tush push. Just be done with it.
I'm over it. I'm ready for this saga to be done. I want to focus fully on the NFL draft. I don't want to have to worry about the theatrics that my team decides to engage themselves in, because it is all self-directed in the end by Jerry and Steven, because, they love their headlines. But, it was kind of entertaining yesterday. I'll give it that, because it's just been a bunch of, oh, yeah, maybe. Micah says this, Micah says that, Jerry says this. But the whole, I don't even know the agent's name. That was kind of fun. I can't lie. I kind of enjoyed that. I know I shouldn't have, but I kind of enjoyed it.
I love hearing Broadus say, do not piss him off. Do not piss that agent off. What are you doing, Jerry? Don't act like that towards him.
So
it is imminent, Kevin. It is definitely imminent. It's going to happen. Why are we playing this game? What are we even doing here? Well, you know what we're doing here. We're getting headlines. We're keeping our name in the headlines. That's what's happening.
I guess I hate it. And then Jory Epstein put out the tweet yesterday afternoon. Multiple sources confirmed to her that Micah Parsons asked Steven and Jerry to call his agent, to call Mulugeta, to negotiate. And then that's fine. Like, that's the agent's job. That makes a lot of sense. Here's the next part that is just infuriating. Sources also confirmed that the Joneses have not made that call. And that, and so you're like, son of a, but then here's a glimmer of hope.
It's interesting.
Mulugeta has talked with Cowboys director of salary cap and player contracts, Adam, is it Prasifka? But anyways, he's talked with somebody. And so while he hasn't talked with the Jones family, clearly they've started to figure out, or I assume discuss, some of the parameters that would allow this contract to work or don't work. But I'm just kind of tired of it. Like, you tell me tomorrow he signed a 5-year, $202 million deal with like 175 guaranteed. Great. Great. We did it. Hooray. If you tell me that like they decided that they're not going to do anything until July, and I'm like, can we really not talk about it until July? But it makes no sense. Micah Parsons said he wants to be here. He asked for the deal to get done early in free agency so we could do something. Cowboys were like, we can convert a whole bunch of stuff and not actually do any work and just flip the switches on these contracts that'll totally screw us over later. And that's why we always spend a little amount of money, because we have so much dead money sitting on the cap, but whatever. And then Micah Parsons also said $40 million would be nice, but getting double teamed on every play probably doesn't make it worth it. $35 million sounds a lot better. And then the Cowboys just kept sitting around twiddling their thumbs, and then the price went up. And now it feels very unlikely that he won't get at least $40 million, probably more than $40 million.
Maybe 60.
I mean, at this rate, who the hell knows? Mm-hmm. And so the Cowboys continue to sit back and go, hey, we don't want to get it wrong. We're okay with spending more money to get it right. Well, what kind of sense does that make? You can get it right and still spend less money. the Jones family feels like the family that goes into the car dealership and was like, hold on, it's on sale, but that feels bad. I want the not on sale car because that car is probably not broken. And you're like, what are you even talking about? Take advantage of the deal. Micah said, I want to be here. The Cowboys said, I want you to be here. They have never wavered from that, at least publicly. And if they don't want him to be here, then great. We should have conversations with every other team in the league. Don't do a Nico on this. Open up the bidding and trade him away if you, in fact, don't want him. But I don't think that's the case. I think Alex is exactly right. Let's get the headlines. And I'm just tired of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that are like the interest rates are going to go down soon, I bet. And if they don't, at least the property value is going to go up.
Yeah.
That's where we are, Kevin. So I hate it so much. There are things I'm excited about the team and things that I'm not. Contracts are usually the things I'm not, but I am excited about some of the other players they've added and how they're going to fit into what they want to do defensively. And I'm interested to see what Brian Schottenheimer is as a head coach, because we get to watch a dude who's getting his Jason Garrett moment, getting his Dave Campo moment, getting his Chris Woodward, getting his Jeff Bannister. Didn't have the head coaching pedigree, thrust in the position. Now how's he going to respond?
And we'll bring this up with Steven and Jerry. We'll bring it up in training camp. We'll bring it up when we have them every week. We've done that for years past. And I specifically remember questions that we've asked around, but don't you think this is why the team loses a competitive advantage? Because you've lost $3 million here, $5 million here, blah, blah, blah. And that's why you can't contend. And the answer is,
we've been in the playoffs.
Yes.
We've been around the basket.
We've been around the rim. We were 12-5. I think only the Chiefs have more regular season wins than us in the last 3 years. Obviously, this is before last season. And that makes me want to jam this pen into my brain.
Last season was unfortunate because of Dak's injury, obviously.
No! You weren't playing well before that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we try for baseball nuggets and gridiron gravy finally together in one segment. Will it work? Find out next on The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The set by Eovaldi. The 2-2 delivery. And the bouncy ball hit the first. Berger's got it. Underhands to Eovaldi, and the ball game's over. Nathan with his third career shutout. He has blanked the Reds in Cincinnati 1-0.
KNC Masterpiece, play that back one more time. And then think about the end of it when you sub in blanked as like a curse word. And it kind of sounds like he was saying that Nathan Eovaldi really effed the Reds yesterday.
Okay,
listen to it one more time.
Yeah, let me hear this.
The set by Eovaldi. The 2-2 delivery. And the bouncy ball hit the first. Berger's got it. Underhands to Eovaldi, and the ball game's over. Nathan with his third career shutout. He has blanked the Reds in Cincinnati 1-0.
Right. See, you get it, right?
Now. I wouldn't have thought that until you said that, though, but I really do get it now. I did want to add something to that real quick.
Yeah.
Because I did ask Alec to get the audio, but we don't need to play it back because we don't need to do that right now. Berger was great yesterday at first base again.
Yes.
Like, he played phenomenally over at first. And yesterday when we asked Bochy about that, we were like, are you like, this is awesome to see. I didn't expect it. And he was like, I did. I watched how hard he worked during spring training to become a better defensive. That was his goal, was to become a better defensive first baseman. And he's out there doing it. And it does sound like he has an agreement with Nathan Eovaldi on all the putouts that they can do together, just like Nathan Eovaldi and Nate Lowe had before.
Which I do really like. And I'm going to mention Jake Berger is going to be hitting 5th today. I know this is probably going to cause some consternation for people out there, but no Corey Seager in the lineup today. We go Simeon, Langford, Peterson, and then Garcia, Berger, Smith, Heim, Taveras, Duran. And so no Corey Seager. Not that he's not in the field, because we talked about you could see a couple games like that, but that he's not in the lineup at all today. So I know that is causing some concern for some people. All right, so since we've already started down this path, let's start with baseball nuggets first, and then we'll try to transition into Gridiron as we try to cram in multiple segments in every segment. Now, you mentioned Jake Berger. Jake Berger said his goal this year is 30 home runs and 1 bolt. Do you know what a bolt is?
The bolt, I do believe, is when you run faster than like 3.4 seconds or something like that. I saw this the other day, and I thought it was a really cool stat.
And you can boil that down to, I really thought you were going to say run faster than a speeding bullet. You can boil it down to 30 feet per second.
Okay.
All right? Jake Berger's best so far is 29.4 feet per second, and his career best is 29.8 feet per second. So he's never had a bolt, and he said that is the goal this year.
So was he working on his speed then?
I guess so.
Trying to get that speed in action.
And he's been moving in the right direction. All right, Jackson Merrill. Jackson Merrill signed a mega contract extension with the Padres, 9 years, $135 million. It's going to start next year, go through the 2034 season with a club option for 2035.
Wow, that's impressive. He deserves it, though, man.
He's really good. And I know what's important, but do you ever think, like, I'm sure an agent doesn't feel this way because this is their job. But do you ever think if that was presented to the player and they'd be like, hey, we'll do this deal, but we also want an option in 2035. And you're like, what? It's 2025 now. I don't care.
We talked about this for quite some time. This is his second season, and he's 21 years old. This is his second real season in baseball. 24 home runs last year. He has 1 right now, so he's not really doing very well.
We've played 6 games.
Jonah Heim has 2 at least, so
which is a miracle on this offense.
But this is getting ahead of it, right?
Yeah,
getting ahead of, like you were just pointing out there. Hey, we got to get these contracts done earlier. It's going to save us in the long run, even if we're doing 10-year deals with certain guys. It's still going to save us in the long run if we do this now.
Now, a couple of other Rangers notes. Let's go down to the minor leagues. Dane Dunning. He only lasted 2 innings for Round Rock last night. He had some control problems. That's problem A. Problem B, which might be even more concerning for people, Evan Carter, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Thus far, he did have a walk. Thus far, he has 1 hit in his first 15 plate appearances. It's going to take time.
It's the confidence isn't there, and that's something he needs to get back for one.
Yeah.
He needs to prove he can redo it there again because, again, Taveras, good enough right now.
Yeah.
What you're getting from your outfield, good. I mean, I don't know. We want the offense to be more,
enough,
but
I guess.
They can't lose games because of Evan Carter.
Yeah.
They can't, like, Bochy knows that. He's like, this is the big leagues. If you aren't doing it, we can't have you up here. We're going to have to find somebody else, and we can't move you up and down. We can't waste time waiting on you to find it. So you didn't find it in spring, go find it in the minor leagues. And right now that's tough, dude. I don't love seeing that at all.
Now, you're not going to love hearing this. Kirby Yates. Hey, we let Jose Leclerc go, and maybe you don't feel as bad about that. Kirby Yates thus far. He's thrown 3 innings. He struck out 7 people and walked nobody. and I'm going to go back to the 3 innings. He's thrown 3 innings. He's already got 15 swings and misses. So if you're like, I don't know if he was pitching to Evan Carter the whole time. So I'm kidding. That was not cool. But
13 was too much, right? Wasn't that always the idea that it was too much?
Personally, I don't think so, but it was always going to be too much with the structure of finances that the Rangers ownership group had in place. So you're absolutely right about that.
Well, and the other part, though, Kevin, is what do we need Kirby Yates for when we got Nathan Eovaldi, all right? Going out there pitching 9 innings.
Look, you're right, but much like defensive...
Jack Leiter's maybe going to give you 5 to 6 tonight.
Okay, but like offensive linemen, defensive linemen, cornerbacks, I'm never going to go, you know what? We have too many good leverage relievers. Never.
You're right. The other thing, too, is let's say you do get to the World Series. They have a legit closer.
They do.
That's the guy you probably could have had. You're never going to be able to trade for him. He was a great clubhouse guy. He was fantastic for you. So it is tough to see what he's doing, but that's just part of business. That's part of the baseball business.
Did you really want to say that's the way baseball go?
A little bit.
Now, one more note for you.
Go get Rangers.
The Dodgers are going to put a challenge to my no team can go 162-0 theory. They are 7-0, and they have tied the 1933 New York Yankees, which had Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig on the team, for the best start to a baseball season for a reigning champion. Only 2 Dodgers teams have ever started the season on a longer winning streak, 1940, 1955. Both of those teams were in Brooklyn.
Those are pre-merger, right?
It's not the same in MLB when it comes to the
What's
merger.
it called? I got to go look that up.
All right, we'll talk about that another time. But this is the best start the Los Angeles Dodgers have ever had, and it's tied for the best start for a reigning World Series champion ever. And oh, by the way, Dustin May came back and pitched for the first time in almost 2 years. So, they really needed another break to go their way.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't choke on a piece of lettuce and cut his throat.
What a weird set of injuries we've already seen this year.
Like we said, their scouting department has built a fantastic farm system, and they're also like, but we're going to keep spending at the top too.
True.
So good luck to everybody that's trying to catch up to us.
Now we transition from baseball nuggets into mini gridiron gravy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Although I do need to remind you. Oh, you know what? For today, Gravy Nuggets brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. They are very resilient.
Very resilient.
Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. All right. So let's move into gridiron and start with this. You remember how we talked about the Jets owner, and he's like, that NFLPA report card was stupid and unfair.
Yes.
Robert Kraft saw the exact same results as, Woody did, and said, those results were an eye-opener for me.
Should be.
And he goes, hey, maybe we need to change some things up around here. So instead of going, well, no one said anything to me, and then looking at the data that definitely says something to you, he has said, you know what? Maybe I need to make some adjustments.
That's interesting because...
What a logical thing to do.
Broadus has said the same thing yesterday that a lot of us have been saying for a while now, but billionaires like that never are told no.
I could see that.
I mean, not necessarily like throughout their lives, but at this point, most people are hoping to get something from them.
For sure.
And so they're saying everything they can to make them feel good, or they're trying to keep a job. Instead, Robert Kraft's like, hey, man, is this right? And some people are probably going, yeah, actually it is, dude. This is a bad way to do it. That's the way you should be doing it. Take in the real things. Observe it yourself. Go look with a real eye on things, not just rose-colored glasses.
Now, let's go from that to, well, I guess we'll stick with the Patriots as Bill Parcells is going to be inducted into the Patriots Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's nice.
Exactly. And then, I don't know if you find this encouraging or not. So, Bengals Executive Vice President Katie Blackburn was asked about Trey Hendrickson. And she said some other stuff, but it all boils down to this. We'll see how it all plays out. And so a little bit more context on that. And she goes, he's still a Bengal, so we'll see. It's just something that we'll keep working through. But like the idea of we'll see how it all plays out. I'm not saying that means he won't re-sign with the team, but that does not necessarily feel like the biggest endorsement of we're definitely bringing him back.
Yeah, that doesn't.
But then again, the Cowboys said that, and they haven't done jack S about signing Micah Parsons yet.
Yeah, I think the Bengals are just like, dude, we just spent everything on our offense. Let's just draft defense.
Man, they better draft the best defensive players that have ever lived.
Yeah, and you're not in great position either because, you're just good enough to be in the middle of the pack in the draft.
Would you prefer, from a Cowboys-centric view, if the Giants took Shedeur Sanders or Travis Hunter at pick number 3?
Probably. I'm guessing Shedeur.
But what would be your pick?
Yeah, if I was the Giants, what I'm picking?
No.
Oh.
You're a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, Shedeur.
Okay, tell me why.
Just because I think Travis Hunter can affect the game that much on both sides of the ball, and it makes it that much more difficult. And Malik Neighbors and Travis Hunter at wide receiver could be problematic to my team. I'm not sure. I think you're going to need a couple more years of development from Shedeur, and so you have a little more time to work with that. And I'm just not convinced yet. I think he's really good. I think he's really talented. I think he held on to the ball too long. There's some other things that I hope that he can grow, some habits he grows out of. I love the way he throws. I love the way he sees the game. I just think there's some other things they have to develop around him before they get good.
The reason why I brought that up is because your boy Ryan Dable said that Travis Hunter is absolutely an option for them, and because I know a lot of people have thought it might play out with we get Miami at the top, or excuse me, Cam Ward, and then you get Abdul Carter and then Shedeur Sanders.
But they got Jameis and Russ. They're fine, right?
It depends on what you want to accomplish.
They're going to be just fine.
If what you want to accomplish is being right back in the same spot, then you're right. They're absolutely just fine where they are right now. If you're hoping to eventually get better, well, maybe take care of it next year's
trying to convince
draft.
them that they're just fine.
Yeah, that's a great point.
You guys are doing great, guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we try to do another 2 segments in one with some NFL overreaction or reality and your predictions for Jack Leiter Day Part 2. Next on The Fan.
that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Signed as an undrafted player. There's a swing and there's a high drive by Langford to deep left. Dunn is back at the wall. He's looking up, and that ball is history. In the first row above the 12-foot-high wall in straightaway left field. And the Rangers take a 1-0 lead on a towering home run by Wyatt Langford.
K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, leading you into Rangers Reds today. We're going to try to combo up 2 more segments right now. But I want to know your thoughts and predictions for Jack Leiter start today. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Before we get to those answers, mini NFL overreaction or reality. My first question, the thought is that the NFL will soon decide whether to allow their players to play flag football in the Olympics.
Okay.
So overreaction or reality, flag football in the Olympics will make the NFL a more global brand.
I think that's a reality. Because if you're putting the faces of the NFL players in it, and they're actually good. Like, man, if you, Kevin, you've been to it. You've seen, we watch 7-on-7 all the time.
Yeah.
It's a different thing.
It is very different.
And so your quarterbacks can look a lot different when nobody's really coming at them the same way they are in pads. But I think if they're good and they make those plays that make you go, wow, those highlights will be there all over social media. People around the world will see it while they're watching the Olympics, and it'll invite more people to the game. I do think flag football, girls flag football is inviting more girls to be interested in the game. I think that that's a smart play, marketing play
for sure
by the NFL to promote that, because they're like, hey, there's another audience out there that we aren't tapping into. We should get their money too.
And that's what's always the tough thing, right? Because you're like, oh, they're doing it because it's the right thing. And I'm like, maybe. Or maybe they're like, hey, why don't we give more money? All right, NFL overreaction or reality before the draft. So heading into the draft, you think the Commanders are the biggest threat to the Eagles' Super Bowl supremacy?
I do. Right now, the way that they're constructed.
Your face, Cowboys.
Sorry, Cowboys, you're behind.
Totally.
And the Cowboys know that. They didn't expect the Commanders to be as good as they were last year, and now they realize as they're looking at this, that's why they jumped a little faster into free agency this year. Kevin, at this point last year, I think they had 1 maybe, and then Eric Kendricks was assigning late and everything. So at this point last year, they were like, they said we got to add some more now just to try and catch up with the Commanders and maybe be third. So that's where they are at the moment. But yeah, I think the Commanders They're a talented team with a really talented quarterback, good offensive coordinator. Defense had gotten better. I'm very interested in where they're going.
Got a couple of quarterback questions for you. Overreaction or reality? If you need a quarterback, you would draft Jackson Dart in the top 20.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would do it.
Oh,
he's the third. He's the third.
Sure.
Out of most of them, I've watched him enough to know that there's some plays that they're dimes that you're like, wow, and there's some other ones you're just like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
He's got some size. He's not. We talked with Wolchuk, not super mobile, but more mobile than Quinn Ewers. Maybe some of the team surrounding him wasn't as good, and he can be a little bit better. I don't think he's going to be a Sam Darnold. But there is a chance that he could be that kind of guy. I thought with Lane Kiffin, though, he did really good work, and they got the best out of him.
Now, my last NFL overreaction or reality question for the day. Even if you need a quarterback, and there's a pretty highly ranked quarterback available, you shouldn't feel the need to draft a quarterback at number 1. Now, this is obviously about the Tennessee Titans because they're like, everything's still on the table. And then there are other people who are like, don't be stupid, draft Cam Ward. And I'm like, but why? Like, I realize
you have
how
a quarterback.
Even
if you hate him, you have one.
I realize how important the quarterback position is, but it feels like a whole lot of people are like, yeah, no, he's like top 10-ish.
Well, what's the smart thing to do, Kevin? You hate your quarterback. Everybody sees that your quarterback's not that good. If you want to keep your job, you say, let me get another quarterback.
Yeah,
and
that's
let
true.
me tie myself to that quarterback for a while. That being said, if you fail instantly, what do owners typically do? Hey, you told me you needed that quarterback, and you're still not any good.
Yeah.
So,
do you think if and I know you can't guarantee this, if you had tenure or something, they're like, you can't be fired. Do you think then more people would go the Travis Carter or the Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter route?
I can get this piece now.
Yeah.
Next year I can add this piece. I can add this in free agency. Yes. When you have that. Now, that being said, we're watching the Joneses. They have all the tenure in the world, and they still do things a little obscurely.
You know what? I hate that
Very
argument,
obscurely.
not because I disagree with it, but because I feel like you could use that most times, and you're like, what about the Jones family? And I'm like, well, crap.
They're an
enigma.
They're an anomaly to this whole conversation.
All right, now we move back over to the Rangers. So MLB.com has an article up, the 10 pitchers who impressed in their 2025 debuts. Obviously, one of the pitchers on the list, Jack Leiter, 5 innings pitched, 5 hits given up, 1 run, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. So not only was he not getting knocked around, he didn't have particular control problems. It looked like glimpses of the expectations we had when Jack Leiter got drafted. If you had gone back 4 years ago and told me, or 5 years ago maybe, that we were going to somehow get Rocker and Leiter, I would have thought, I would have been like, yeah, that's why the Rangers won the World Series in 2023. But neither one of those guys had anything to do with it.
And Kevin, the fascinating thing about this, how often were we discussing with Mike about this? Like, does it seem like we're advancing these guys that are getting drafted out of college faster? It seems like we're pushing them faster into it. Whereas, what were we always told when it came to hockey and when it came to baseball in the draft? Might not see them for a while.
Right.
It might be 4, it might be 5 years, it might be 6 years before you ever actually see these guys. And everybody's like, get Jack Leiter on the mound right now. And you're like, whoa, maybe he just needs to grow. Maybe he needs to go through some experiences and grow up a little bit before he can actually go out there and do things. And yesterday, when he was on with the G-Bag Nation, Kevin, I thought it was a great interview. I heard a different guy. The way he was talking about some of the things he was doing, I heard a different player than the first time we ever spoke to him.
I mean, you have to imagine, I don't want to say monkey off your back, because if he doesn't pitch well today, then it could all change. But at least when you've got that one start down for the season that you're like, hey, I pitched well, I think I can do better. So we get some predictions for your happy Jack Leiter Day, part 2 from the 817. Jack will go 6 innings, 5 hits, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 2 runs. I'll tell you this, that will keep him in the realm of about 1 base runner per inning. And you're always going to be able to win if you have a whip in that general vicinity.
From the 903, 5 innings, 7 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 earned runs. I think that's what I said he would get on Friday. I was like, those are almost the exact numbers that I threw out there because I was tracking his stat line and he was just a little bit better at everything that I suggested. So I'm expecting 6 innings out of him today, and I'm expecting a few strikeouts. Kevin, one of the things that we discussed him needing to maybe get rid of or use less was his high fastball, and he used it a lot in his start, but he used it in different ways. Used to, he would be like, I can only throw this, and now he's like, no, I'm using this to set something up. And I was really impressed with the ability that he displayed when he was out there on Friday night.
Now, I'm going to read both of these, and I know we should shoot for the moon. Jack will go, from the 940, give me a complete game shutout, and then I would like to see a no-hitter. Look, from the 214. I know it's good to have expectations. It would be irresponsible to let him complete a game today, right?
I would think so. He hasn't done it. Nate knows what his body is.
Yeah.
If he's at 87 pitches going into the ninth inning, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
because he threw 82 last time, and that only lasted 5 innings.
Yeah, that is something. His pitch count, I would like to see it go down. Now, I agree with the person from the 214. Don't care about strikeouts. Just give up 1 run, pitch 6+ innings, and I'm good. I'm with you.
Okay.
Hey, if you're getting them to ground out or pop out
on
every play, I'm fine.
I know that you're right. I'm going to say I disagree with that a little bit because I think that's where Jack Leiter is going to make his bread and butter as a pitcher, is having an out pitch where he can sit people down. That person is right. I want to make this clear. In theory, I don't disagree with you. If Jack Leiter strikes out nobody, but he gives up 1 run,
he'll take it.
Yeah, for sure. We'll all take it, and you're probably going to win that game. But I think over the long run, that would be detrimental for Jack Leiter because I think a lot of his success is going to kind of hinge on his ability to strike people out. Same thing with Rocker. Obviously, you've seen the same thing with DeGrom. Now, not all pitchers are like that. Like, you wouldn't think Cody Bradford definitely needs to be like a strikeout machine or anything.
Martin Perez was a guy that you're like, he's going to get a couple double plays in this game, maybe 3.
But so I just wanted to clarify, like, I'm kind of with you, kind of not. From the 817, I'm expecting a bullpen day today, and from the 325, I don't have a good feeling about today. I think it'll be similar to Monday night. I don't know if this is the right phrase. The only good news for that is you're ready to take on a bullpen day. You'd prefer not to, of course, but with what Nate did yesterday, you're prepared to take on a bullpen day if you have to.
I'm hopeful Jack saw what Nate did and said, I want to be like that when I grow up. And as much as I want to be like my dad, I want to be like that whenever I grow up, and it's time to grow up today. But that's one of the reasons I asked Bochy about that. Like, hey, it's not just the one outing. Now you realize you got to do it every 5 days. How are you going to respond whenever it's your opportunity? You've been fighting for this your whole career, your whole life almost, to get to this point where you get to get the ball every 5 days. How are you going to respond whenever it's the second time after you did good? Did you go and work and prepare just as hard? Did you do all those things that it took?
What is your prediction for Jack Leiter today?
Dude, I'm predicting 6 innings. I'm predicting 5 strikeouts.
Okay.
I'm predicting 2 runs. And I'm predicting 7 hits.
A win?
Dub.
I like it. All right. Rangers, Reds coming up next. Pregame starts right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Regular show. KNC Masterpiece right here. You know it. You're home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.